The March 31st Planning Commission hearing to order. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please call roll.
Commissioner Leo Molitor.
Here.
Commissioner Stephen Onstadt.
Here.
Chair Nora Adukas.
Here.
Commissioner Michael Wessner.
Present.
Commissioner Richard Rodriguez.
Here.
Now is the time set aside for comments by citizens on matters not appearing on the agenda. Are there any comment cards for items that are not on the agenda? And understand that we have a revised agenda that includes item 8. Seeing none, we'll move to the item 5, approval of February 24, 2011 minutes.
Move approval. Second.
All vote? Aye.
Aye.
And did we have one recusal on that? Okay, recusal, sorry. Okay, moving on, item 6, LU 100034 and LU 100110, Cotton Novian and Al Buchowski applicants. Sorry if I messed up the names.
Good morning, Chair Dukas, members of the Commission. My name is Chuck Anthony, and I'm a planner with the Ventura County Planning Division.
Excuse me, Chuck, would you move those mics closer together?
Sure.
So, because I'm having a little trouble hearing. Thank you.
Mr. Cottonovian submitted an application for the Planning Division, to the Planning Division for a conditional use permit to build and operate a car wash facility. The purpose of his request is to provide car wash service to vehicles frequenting the existing adjacent Shell service station. As you can see on the slide, the proposed car wash would be located here on Highway 33, also known as Ventura Avenue, which is north of Casitas Springs in the town of Oakview, just south of Miramonte and the city of Ojai. Over here to the left, you can see that's Lake Casitas. Here's a larger scale map, and on that larger scale map you can see there's an existing Shell service station. Just to the north of it, the proposed car wash site and the checked dashed box. In the area here, you can see the Santa Ana Boulevard would be a major cross street, and Ventura Avenue, Highway 33 located here. The areas surrounding to the south, to the east, to the north is all zoned commercial plan development, CPD. Over here to the west on Bungeon Street this area is all zoned residential, and there are a number of residences and single-family dwellings on this street. This area can be considered as a community of mixed commercial and planned commercial and residential uses. First site photo is the existing or the proposed site right here. It's currently vacant, as you can see. This view would be looking from Highway 33, looking west. And you can see just to the south here of the proposed site is the is the Shell station currently. Here's another view also from Highway 33, and this is also looking west. The vacant site for the proposed car wash. You begin to see a view of Bungeon Street and the residences located here. And one more view of the car wash or proposed site. And here you would see immediately adjacent is a single-family dwelling unit, and also just to the north of that is a two-story dwelling unit, partially obscuring the mountains here in the background. It's important to note that all this area here is zoned commercial. the area over farther in the distance. Over here is zone residential, where the off Bungeon Street, where the residences are located. This is a view of the proposed site from Bungeon Street, from where those residences would be on the west side of the street. This is looking towards Highway 33. This is the square building is a piano business. There's a single-family dwelling. And where this Pepsi truck is, this is the northern edge of the Shell station site. Okay, here's another view from Bungeon Street. This is what the residences see currently. A vacant site. Here is the Shell station. Here is the building that contains a convenience store, also contains storage space. And as I mentioned, the car wash would be over here. Okay, as far as the history of the site, in 1983, my notes here, 1983, the subject parcel and the adjacent parcels north and south were rezoned to commercial plan development by ordinance number 3640. On February 1st of 2010, last year, the applicant received a zoning clearance to demolish an existing dwelling that was located on that site that we can see now is vacant. On March 23rd, 2010, the applicant submitted an application for the conditional use permit to construct the car wash facility with internal storage space. I'm going to skip ahead. I think it makes more sense if I shoot and show this picture first, then I'll go back to the previous slide. So what we have here, this is the existing car wash site here, located at this point. The proposed car wash facility would be here. Access points currently to the Shell station are two from SR Highway 33, another existing access point from Santa Ana Boulevard. Currently, there are parking spaces, and also there is there are propane tanks located here. A site plan adjustment is required for the Shell service station in order to remove these parking spaces, relocate them up in this area, and then also to relocate the propane tanks over to this approximately in this area over here. What would happen then is that if the car wash would be approved, the cars would access it from these various points to a proposed drive queue here. Cars would enter, they would enter the car wash facility. Car would be washed, dried. They would exit out to Bungeon Street. There would be a left turn only sign here, which would direct the cars back down Bungeon Street on the back side of that the Shell station building, which we saw in the previous picture, and out to Santa Ana Boulevard. Now I'm going to go to the previous slide. As I said, I'm just doing this out of order because I think it makes more sense doing it this way. As I mentioned, the project description of the request is for the CUP, the conditional use permit, in order to build the car wash facility. And the permit adjustment also is for the current Shell station plan development permit, which would be necessary to allow for vehicle access to the proposed site, which we saw on that slide. Should the Planning Commission approve the CUP, the PAJ, or the permit adjustment, would be considered later by the planning director. The CUP's effectiveness is contingent on the approval of the PAJ. So in other words, if the Planning Commission would approve the car wash as a condition of approval before the applicant, Mr. Novian, would be able to build the car wash, he would have to receive the planning director's approval on the permit adjustment, moving those parking spaces and some of the other minor site plan adjustments to the Shell station in order for him to get the access that he would need for his car wash project. So that would be a condition of approval. Okay, here are the elevations. First elevation, this is the south view of the building. This is, as you can see, it's a two-story building. It's approximately 21 feet high. A south view of the building from the Shell station. This view over here is the east view of the building from Highway 33. This would be the west view of the building from Bungeon. These would be the cars that would be exiting out this opening right here. And this is the north view of the building from the dwelling that's immediately adjacent to it. It's important to note that although it is a 21-foot-high building, it will be set down, as you can see from those previous photos. It's actually a sloping site. So as it goes downwards, the car wash will be actually down about 6 feet from what its normal height would be. So it'd be, from Highway 33, it would appear to be approximately 15 feet high. Okay, these are just some more floor plans. The first floor plan, car wash space, is approximately 560 square feet. This storage space is approximately 300 square feet. The second story, there's a second story to it, and that's 840 square feet of storage space. It's a roof plan and a foundation plan. The footprint is 840 square feet. It's important to note also that there is no provision in the project description or for the proposed permit that would allow for any office use space, or in fact there are no bathrooms, no facilities here other than the car wash and storage. Okay, here are some neighboring properties. This would be the view from the Shell station viewing southeast to the restaurant and tire store. The restaurant's located here. Tire service station, tires is over here. This area that we can see on this area is located, this would be, by the way, this is Santa Ana Boulevard, Highway 33. All this area is zone commercial. This photo down here, this convenience store. This is again from the Shell site. Convenience store, there is an existing dwelling here, all zone commercial. Here as well, this is looking from the Shell station, this is a piano business and service right here, zone commercial. Now this view is looking actually from Santa Ana Boulevard, looking north towards Bundren Street. And this is the residential area over here. You can see the Shell station, the backside of the Shell station here. The car wash would be just about over here. It's important to note that there was a dead-end sign. This is a dead-end street. It's not a through street. The sign has been moved to this location here, right on the corner of Santa Ana Boulevard and Bundren Street, in order to discourage cars that might think it's a through street or a through road, to discourage them from driving down it. And the intention, of course, is to reduce the amount of traffic traveling down Bundren. Okay, here's the neighboring properties. This is a view from the car wash looking at Bundren Street, both these photos. You can see single-family dwellings. These are residences here, all zoned residential area. Okay, as far as the environmental document and comments, determination of the environmental document, of course, is a negative declaration, which is Exhibit 4 in your staff report. The public review period for the negative declaration occurred between January 27th and February 26th of 2011, this year. Public comments and Planning Division responses are attachments 6 and 7 within the Exhibit 4, within the negative declaration document. Okay, the findings for the zoning for this project, findings can be found in Section E of the staff report, Exhibit 1. The proposed development is consistent with the intent and provisions of the general plan and of the Ventura County Ordinance Code. The proposed project is compatible with the character of the surrounding development. Proposed development would not be obnoxious or harmful or impair the utility of neighboring properties or uses. The proposed development would not be detrimental to the public interest or the welfare, safety, convenience, health. The proposed development, if allowed by the CUP, is compatible with the existing and potential land uses in the general area, and the proposed development will occur on a legal lot. It's important to note in the findings in Section E of the staff report is the evidence that supports the compatibility, proposed compatibility of the project. Conditions and project revisions and redesign have occurred several different times in order to reduce some of the impacts from traffic circulation, related to noise, related to lighting, related to a number of different items that, again, you can see in your staff report. And we can, if you have questions, we can go into detail on that. But as I said, because of the nature of the area, zone commercial, that's another factor in establishing the consistency of this project with the zoning as well. Okay, public comments. Notice of the proposed project and public hearing was mailed to property owners within 300 feet of the exterior boundary of the project site. Notice was published in the local newspaper. Comments on the negative declaration of the project were made during the public review period from January 27th through February 26th, as I mentioned before. At the time of the preparation of the staff report, no other comments on the project have been received with regard to the public hearing. Okay, the recommended actions, this can also be found in Section G of the staff report. Recommended actions by the Planning Division to the Commission. Recommended that the Commission certify and that they have reviewed and considered the staff report and all exhibits, including the proposed negative declaration, Exhibit 4, and that the Commission has considered all comments received during the public comment period or process. That the Commission would certify that they have reviewed and considered the proposed negative declaration together with any comments received during the public review process. That the Commission would find, based on the whole of the record before it, including the initial study and any comments received, that there is no substantial evidence that the project will have a significant effect on the environment, and that the negative declaration reflects the Commission's independent judgment and analysis. 4, that the Commission would adopt the negative declaration, Exhibit 4. 5, that change the slide, make the recommended or required findings for granting of the CUP in accordance with the non-coastal zoning ordinance based on the substantial evidence presented in Section E of the staff report and the entire hearing record. 6, that the Commission would grant conditional use permit LU 10-0034, subject to the attached conditions of approval as Exhibit 5. And 7, that the Commission would specify that the clerk of the Planning Division as the location and custodian of the documents and materials. And that concludes my presentation. And if there are any questions at this point, I'd be happy to take them. Otherwise,
Thank you. Thank you very
Sure.
much. Excellent presentation. I really
Thank you.
appreciated the thoroughness of the photos that you took.
Thank you.
Before we have questions of staff, now is the time for disclosures by all the commissioners. I'll start to my right, Commissioner Molitor.
I've gassed up at that station, excuse me, many times, and I was in Ojai yesterday, so I stopped by and saw the site and looked at it. That was yesterday. That's all.
I have no disclosures.
I have no disclosures.
No disclosures?
I've driven by the site many times. I recall stopping there on occasion when I had to.
Are there questions of staff by the commission?
Madam Chair?
Starting to my left.
Yes. I'm trying to get this clear. We got 2 lots here, is that correct? And there has not been a request to merge these lots?
no, there has not been a request.
So that's the reason for the reciprocal parking agreements?
Exactly.
Okay, so if we approve this, then we still have 2 legal standing lots, one with a car wash, one with a gas station.
That is true.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, questions?
I think most of my questions have been answered by you, Chuck, and by reading. On one of the site plans, well, I have 2 concerns. One is noise, and I guess that's been handled by the noise study with the decibels. But on one of the site plans where you show the cars coming in,
I'll go back to that.
that one,
So this would be here?
all right, I'm coming down Highway 33, I take a right, I want to get my car washed, but I'm not getting any gasoline. Where do I pay for it? Because if I just pull in there and stop, I'm blocking that access. And where would the cars wait who are waiting to go through the wash? Are they going to block that driveway?
As I understand it, and then obviously also would like to have, if the traffic engineer isn't here today, then I could have Mr. Holmes come in and speak for it. But as I understand it, there are these proposed parking spaces, 5 of which are from the existing Shell station, plus 2 additional ones. I believe I can't recall if it's 6 or 7 parking spaces here at the moment. But they would be able to park here, walk inside to the Shell store, pay for it, get a code number on a slip, and then come back here, punch in the code, come into the car wash and pay for it there. Do I have that correct, basically?
Well, I can wait till the applicant.
Okay.
let me wait and
Sure.
let the applicant answer that for me.
Sure, but that's in general how I know it's going to, but there may be some more details that they might be able to provide.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
I noticed it was obviously reviewed by the MAC, local MAC in the valley there, and the conditions of approval incorporated the 3 or 4 concerns, I believe, that were raised by the MAC. Is that
Yes.
correct?
They did. And I can find that.
You can speak to that.
Yeah, but I can, in general, what they were requiring, they asked for that there would be a left turn only sign that would be placed here, which was provided in the revised plans, which are before you, attached to the staff report. So left turn only, that would discourage cars from driving up the rest of Bundren Street that way. Again, they're trying to, the neighbors understandably, excuse me, are trying to reduce the amount of traffic that would be going up and down Bundren. Also, they wanted some internal directional controls here to improve the circulation on the site so that cars would not be blocked and would not be spilling out here into places like Santa Ana Boulevard. The traffic engineer concurred and said, and also the transportation department, Ventura County Transportation Department concurred with that, thought that that would be a good idea. There were a couple other comments, and I can find those in the staff report. I think there were 4, but I can find those if.
Yeah, the NAC report's on page 71. That the only thing you left out was the exterior lights being shielded and downward facing,
Correct.
and
That's
moving the
correct.
propane tanks.
Thank you.
You spoke about signage at the head of the street behind the gas station saying
Dead end?
no passageway, no thoroughfare or something
Yes.
right there. It seems to me if you almost have to have an additional sign exiting the car wash to reinforce that it's not a thoroughfare. There's no passage, so invariably something's going to happen. I mean.
Okay. So in addition to the left turn only sign here at the exit of the car wash, you think that your suggestion is that there would be an additional comment or sign that would say no to the right, no, it is a dead end, or something like that?
Something, yeah, because you're still going to have people that are going to assume there's another way out.
Thank you.
Has the MAC signed off on this then, the way that it's been revised?
Yes, with the conditions, those 3 or 4 conditions that Commissioner Wesner was mentioning,
yeah.
they did, and they did give it a 3. It was 3 to 1 to 1, 1 abstention, and 3 yeses or ayes and one no.
Okay. Any further questions of staff?
Okay, thank you very
Not at
much.
this time. Thank you. I will open the public hearing and have the presentation of the applicant. I've got 3 cards here: Mark Wessel, Dan Holmes, and Dale Henry. They're all sitting here.
My name's Dan Holmes. I live in Moore Park, and I'm the project engineer. To answer a couple questions that came up, there's the ability to pay for the car wash both at the pump, in the convenience store, or at the car wash itself with cash or credit card. One of the things that may not be obvious is by moving the parking stalls 20-some feet to the north, there's a lot more room for cars to move around between the islands and the parking area. An additional 20 feet, roughly, 25. As far as the other concerns, we think we've addressed all of them. We do have the traffic engineer here if there's any traffic questions. We have the representative from the manufacturer here if there's any noise questions. I think that's about it.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the applicant?
I'm always concerned with noise, and I know that it's been tested and they're within the legal decibel threshold. Is there any way that the people on that street could hear the excuse me, the noise from the car wash? I mean, could they, before it's built, listen to see how loud it was?
Well, the noise engineer did do a study on it, and he feels that in some instances the traffic or the noise will be reduced because the building's going to block the traffic noise from 33, and it'll probably be drowned out. In addition, because of the concern that was brought up about the noise, the owners agreed to put a door on the car wash itself that blocks the noise, a door on the west side of the car wash, the exit side, while it's being washed and blown off with the air dryers. And they are a reduced noise air dryer. And the manufacturer representative is here for that, if you want to go into detail.
I assume that the dryers are inside the building anyway, so the building walls should shelter some of the noise.
Correct. Most of it, almost all of it.
I don't have to hear from the noise engineer.
Okay.
Speaking of the building, the car wash, what is the construction material? Is that going to be block, or is that going to be aluminum? What's that going to be?
The bottom floor and probably a third of the second floor is masonry, because it's retaining the parking stalls on the south side. And then the upper storage area is going to be regular wood construction, stucco, and a build-up roof on the top that matches the existing Shell station.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair. The CUP you're requesting today is just for the car wash, and maybe you can answer this, maybe not, that we're going to limit the hours of operation 7 days a week, 8 to 5. But those are not the hours that apply to the gas station hours of operation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, that's all. Would Mark Wessel or Dale Henry like to come forward, or are they only available for questions?
Available for questions.
Okay, so does anybody need to speak to the traffic engineer? Or the design consortium representative? Okay, so we don't have any further cards. So there's nobody here to oppose or to speak in favor, and there's no need for a rebuttal. Are there any closing comments from staff? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing and entertain a motion.
I would move the staff recommendation.
I'll second.
Any discussion? Yes.
Madam Chair, in your motion, if you want to see the additional sign that Commissioner Rodriguez suggested, you might want to modify your motion just to make it explicit that you want that additional requirement added to condition 27. That is on page, it's Exhibit 5, it's page 107 of your packet. Condition number 27 requires the sign plan. So you might want to just make it clear that you want that additional sign included.
I'll amend my motion to include the additional signage.
I'll support the second.
Okay, any discussion? Please vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, thank you. Now is item 7, LU080046, Jim Kelly for American Tower applicant.
Commissioner Dukas, we need to get the planner, so hold on one moment, please.
Will getting the planner take long?
No, he's probably watching it. That first hearing probably went quicker than he thought, so I'm sure he's on his way down.
We'll take a 5-minute break then. Okay, we're ready to go. Let's have LU 080046. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Dukas, members of the Planning Commission. I'm Jay Dobrowolski, case planner for the project before you today, which is LU 080046. The project is a conditional use permit, or CUP, for the continued operation of an existing communications facility. The applicant is also in attendance this morning. The project is located adjacent to Highway 101 between the communities of La Conchita and Carpinteria. It is regionally and locally accessible via Highway 101. The existing facility consists of a 35-foot high monopole with 3 antenna arrays that have a total of 4 antennas, a transformer, and an equipment building. The proposed project is the continued use of the existing facility and does not include any changes to the facility. In 1996, your commission approved a CUP for the subject communications facility for 10 years. In 2006, 10 years later, the permit expired. In 2008, the applicant submitted an application for a new CUP for the existing facility. In 2011, zoning violations on the site were abated to allow the continued processing of the application. When the facility was originally permitted, staff determined that the facility was exempt from environmental review. The current project is the continued operation of the existing facility without any changes. Since the proposed project does not include any expansion of the facility area, it is also exempt from environmental review. In order for a project to be approved by your commission, it must meet certain findings of the coastal zoning ordinance. Staff has determined that the proposed project meets those findings, and those are detailed in the staff report. Notice of the proposed project was mailed to both property owners and residents surrounding the project site. Notice was also published in the local newspaper. To date, staff has not received any comments from the public regarding this project. Therefore, based on the previous discussion, staff recommends that your commission take the following actions. Certify that the commission has reviewed and considered the staff report and all exhibits thereto, and has considered all comments received during the public comment process. Find that this project is categorically exempt pursuant to Section 15301 of the State CEQA Guidelines. Find that conditional use permit LU 080046 complies with the conditional use permit approval standards of the Ventura County Coastal Zoning Ordinance based on the substantial evidence presented in Section E of the staff report and the entire record. Grant conditional use permit LU 080046 subject to the attached conditions, and specify that the clerk of the Planning Commission is the custodian and 800 South Victoria Avenue, Ventura, California, 93009, is the location of the documents and materials that constitute the record of proceedings upon which this decision is based. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Before we have questions of staff, now is the time for disclosures. At this time, I would like to ask each planning commissioner to state on the record whether or not he or she has received any oral or written ex parte communication regarding this agenda item that is not already contained in the record before us on this matter. Please disclose the substance of that information only if that information is not contained in the record before us on this matter. I'll start to my left. Commissioner Rodriguez.
I have no declaration.
No declarations.
I have no disclosures.
No disclosures.
No disclosures.
Okay, are there any questions of staff? Commissioner Molitor.
Just a clarification, Jay. I thought you said that this was accessed by Highway 101, and it was on 101. You meant PCH, I'm assuming. Or am I... It says PCH in the book. I'll go back. Now, see, that's a Pacific Coast Highway. Is it accessed from Highway 101 or Pacific Coast Highway?
Right, off of Highway 101, there's a little driveway that goes over the railroad tracks, and that is accessed directly from Highway 101.
Thank you for that clarification.
Are there any other questions?
One for clarification
Yes.
on location. Is this north or south of La Conchita?
This is about half a mile north of La Conchita.
Okay, I know where it's at. Thank you.
Just, I know we're going to have a report later today of all these different cellular towers in this regional area. Is this permit going to be covered as far as the timing that we've requested, or is that better directed towards the director?
This isn't one of the three that we were specifically reporting back on per Commissioner's Onstott requests. This isn't one of those.
Okay, thank you.
Would you please discuss the nature of the violations that took place on site and what we've done to abate those?
Sure.
Something about storage and... Oh.
Right. Pursuant to a site inspection by staff, zoning violations were discovered on site. Those violations included excessive open storage, maintaining recreational vehicles as dwelling units, and construction of structures without permits. Those permits were abated by the property owner and took about 18 months to abate. But the permits were obtained, and so that allowed the continued processing of this application.
Thank you.
Is there any reason why we didn't do a swap and drop in this one like we've done the other ones where we have decided to go with faux palm trees rather than the planer equipment?
Madam Chair, the applicant has proposed to continue the existing facility and not replace it with a new redesigned facility, so that's best addressed to the applicant. But the current site is mostly screened by the existing vegetation, and there is a condition of approval which requires a color of paint which would match the existing vegetation.
And that's more of a green rather than the plain gray.
There is a site located adjacent to this subject site. And that site is colored a light tan. It's painted a light tan color. You can see the photograph in your staff report as Exhibit 4. And basically the light tan color matches those of, it's a little lighter than telephone poles.
Okay. And that's to mitigate any visual impact. It's to blend in more. So,
Right.
So did you ever discuss putting in a faux palm tree rather than just paint, or did it not come up, or?
No, that was never proposed by the applicant.
Okay, my question is like the other side of that coin. Was that ever offered as an alternative by staff to the applicant?
That's always recommended, yes. Again, given the current surroundings, it was not further encouraged.
So, because it's much further than the other facilities that we've recently had. It's much further off the highway and is easy to overlook. One question was asked at a previous hearing by a fellow in Faria Beach who said, why can't all of the ones at Faria Beach be located tucked away against this mountain? I'm still wondering what the answer to that question is.
Regarding the location of these facilities, some are line-of-sight facilities, and so the topography is such that they're required further removed from the hillside. They can't be neatly tucked in there.
I see. So it has to do with the type of antenna, that it's still an analog system instead of digital, or it's, I'm still trying to catch up with that. I understand that usually what drives the location is a willing landowner, and that it's less common now. It was back in the 90s to have it had to be line of sight. But now things have changed a lot. What's the difference? I don't see a difference in the type of antenna.
For the technical aspects, you'd have to ask the applicant.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you. So, Jim Kelly for American Tower. Good morning.
Good morning, Commission. Happy to answer your questions if you want to jump off with the...
Okay, just state your name and city.
Jim Kelly with American Tower, 2361 Campus, number 300, Irvine, California.
Okay. Are there any questions? Yes.
Have you opened the public hearing? Are we in the public hearing now?
No, I did not. And so now I will open the public hearing. That's it?
That's it.
Okay. Are there any questions? Okay. If I could just direct the previous question to you.
Yes. If I can maybe rephrase your question, it was basically asking if the site could be, or what are the restrictions or issues with moving a site closer back to the mountains?
Right. I understand that American Tower doesn't have anything to do with those previous ones at Faria Beach that we saw.
American Tower actually manages, on behalf of Verizon, the Verizon Tower.
So you can answer. Okay.
Yeah, and they, I believe, have agreed to go ahead and replace that one structure with a monopalm in line with the other facilities at Faria that were also palm tree, faux palms. In the light of this site, which was initially developed as a Sprint Nextel site facility and subsequently sold about 10 years ago to American Tower, the Sprint Nextel engineers basically looked at where coverage was lacking at the time of the original application, and that coverage was this section of Pacific Coast Highway, or Highway 101. And there was, obviously with terrain difficulties, with the curviness of the road and the mountainous terrain, it's very easy to find shadowing, and even though it's digital technology, there is some degree of line of sight still in the physics of the RF transmission of the signal. So getting the site pushed further back, not looking at any kind of property owner issue, or even if your adjacent property owners are willing to entertain leasing to a wireless company, but just looking from the physics of it, as you get farther away from Pacific Coast Highway and closer to that mountain, it actually forces the height that you're required to have the antennas upwards quite a bit, actually exponentially as you move further inland. So while you can site them further inland, the potential for visual impact actually grows, because you're talking about a vertical structure that is much taller than what you're having closer to the highway, and then even a lack of adjacent vegetation or other structures to kind of help mitigate that visual increase in height. So, and in this case, when they were looking at this location, they had a willing property owner, they had the Verizon site, they had a similar use already established and approved by the county, and then they had a willing landowner with an economical lease. So from a business and RF technical standpoint, everything worked in from a commonality of the use, the site having a similar use already established and approved. That's kind of the history of how this evolved. Now, granted, there is other type of structures, such as a monopole, that can be swapped out, similar to Faria. But unlike Faria, that had many more sites present, and I think a greater, much greater and different kind of visual access into the property from people driving up and down the coast. This is the site is just it's quite a bit different. You just visually don't have that degree of access. Your eyes are pretty much focused away from the property. In the context of how we present these things to the commission, it becomes very solitary, and it is easy to kind of say, well, no, I see it, but this is not really how you see it in the real world. I think a good indicator is how the Verizon site disappears with a different paint color on the monopole. There's no other palm trees on the property or even close by, and I think it actually could provide a greater contrast because of the textural difference and all of that than a flat chaparral sand tan color, or maybe a very flat kind of olive or eucalyptus green. And we've agreed to work with staff on providing paint chips for analysis and repainting the facility. But in this particular instance, the environment doesn't really dictate the cost and the change that I think a monopalm would provide. So that's just it. I think staff was in agreement, and that's why we, Jay was like, well, no, we didn't really discuss it, because it wasn't really seen as a critical element of helping to mitigate the visual impact.
Well, I agree with you. This, the location of this site is just perfect, because unless you're looking for it, you just don't see it as you're driving along, even if you're a passenger. That's been my experience anyways, going up and down the highway. So that was an excellent explanation of the technical as well as the real estate needs of the industry. I really appreciate that. There's people in Faria Beach that need to hear that, because there was a perception years ago that they were home to an antenna farm, and it was just a very grating and ugly, and they're getting things that are taller, and they object to the faux palms. It's hard to do right by them.
Yes.
So, but you are going to work with staff on paint chips. Have you ever seen the pole off of the 405 near the old Mountain Gate landfill?
I have not.
Has anybody seen that going to south on the 405 up against the? Okay. Could you describe it to him?
Again, the only reason I notice, and that's probably the most poignant issue, is because my awareness level sitting up here for the last 18 years is I look for these things now, including the PTS furniture building. People are making, but because of its colored structure, it blends into the background well. So that's why I'm glad to see on condition 17, you're going to work with the planning director, so we will get her designing taste input on this. So if there's any blame, it will be the director's.
It'd be illustrative to know where there's a really good, like the PTS office building. Unless you knew, you would never know. You would never know. And there's other ones that are even better than that, if you can believe it. But, some of these paint, some of these paint jobs are actually worse.
They are. They can be.
So I appreciate your sensitivity to this. Thank you.
Could I have a follow-up?
Sure.
A long time ago, far, far away, when we were trying to establish the rules for cellular towers in this county, I was given the argument the reason for the gray was it had to do with inhibiting with the transmission, which I didn't buy at the time. So is it the paints have gotten better, or is it just better money?
Yeah, you know, actually, having been back in that era in the 1990s when the digital systems were really built out, or their first phase were, the thought it's usually galvanized. Galvanized does actually age to a very kind of flat and neutral gray. And the thought was, because there can be a lot of these coming up in the future, what is kind of flat and a galvanized steel in the environment, and that is transmission lines to power poles, basically. So the thought was basically to mimic something that is already kind of an accepted texture and color in kind of that highway landscape that we all see. I mean, yeah, we see the lattice, electrical towers, but they kind of still disappear in our minds because we see them so frequently. So the thought was just have the galvanized steel similar to that. And but when we were asked in the 1990s, the most favorite color was that tidy wool blue to match the sky. Well, no sky has that color, and those are the ones that stick out. And you have the galvanized that weren't required next to them, and those really do disappear. So when you have the comparison and the thought process that occurred back then, the galvanized really was a favored, but it didn't have to do with transmission or anything like that. It was just kind of what was already out in the present landscape.
So the existing low-powered technology that existed 15, 20 years ago was not affected by...
No, I think what they may have been talking about is if you had a request to actually paint the antenna, the gray to match the rest of the structure. The analog and some of the earlier antennas were more sensitive to any kind of paint application.
Okay.
So that might have been the comment as opposed for the whole structure.
Okay. Error of omission rather than admission. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions? Yes.
Yeah. When did American Tower take control or management of that site?
Of this one?
Yes.
Of the subject site? It was, I believe, 2001, 2002 time frame. I don't have the exact date.
Yeah. I'm curious how it came to be that we had these violations that occurred there, specifically the issue of a dwelling unit. How did that come to be?
That was actually it's a very large parcel. And the property owners, I mean, we bought the facility but not the land. So we own the hardware, the structure itself. Okay. But the land is leased, and the property owner can often, I mean, that's a problem a lot of tower companies and communication companies have, is that we go in to apply for a discretionary permit, and we find, and we're surprised at the same time, that there may be on another part of the property some pretty serious violations. So we kind of are victimized by that as well, and try to work with the property owner with whatever power just the lessee has, lessor, the property owner, in terms of saying we've got violations on, we've been noted by the county when we've tried to apply for something, and try to provide at least communication to get the property owner to agree to fix and correct those violations.
Okay. I realize that because of location, noise is not really going to be an issue like it is in other places, but can you speak to the issue of power backup, maintenance, generator?
Yeah, there is those things, as well as an air conditioning unit that does kick on from time to time. It doesn't really happen a lot because of the coastal cooling from the water, but there is times where they do test the emergency generator and all of that. It's the decibel level, you couldn't hear it, honestly, because of the road noise from Pacific Coast Highway. It's overshadowed by just the ambient noise of the site itself. I think that's why staff has not basically requested additional noise studies. It is far lower than the ambient noise level at the site. That's all I can say.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you again.
Thank you.
So that was the presentation of the applicant. I don't have any other speaker cards, either opposed or in favor. Is there any need for staff follow-up? None. I will close the public hearing and entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, I move the recommended staff actions that have been presented to us.
A second.
Any discussion? All vote?
Aye.
Thank you.
We're looking forward to number 8 later on.
Okay. Before we have item 8 on our agenda, we need to take a 10 to 15 minute recess to take care of some clerical matters. So we'll come back at 10 till. Okay, thank you for your patience while we quickly went through the new exhibits to make sure that most of them we have read, but some of them we had not, so we needed to take this time. Now is item 8 on the agenda, LU 070048. And I do have speaker cards here. Some of them are representatives of the applicant that I was wondering if you would be willing, and what the commission's pleasure was, as far as letting the speaker speak first and then calling you after, so that we have more like a seamless continuance of more or less a seamless continuance of the meeting last week.
Yeah, excuse me, Madam Chair, I was speaking to the planning director. I didn't hear what you said directly before that.
Okay, so what I have are speaker cards. If you would please identify yourself if you're here to respond to questions, because where we should be in our procedure is questions of staff, but we did not close the public hearing. The public hearing is still open. We still have people who wish to speak. So what I'd like to do, instead of calling up the cards as they are in order, those in favor, those opposed, and I'd like to just go into the people who haven't spoken before, and then come back to Waste Management's representatives. So I am skipping over, but only temporarily, Scott Tignac. Yes. Oh, that is right. Before we proceed, we're going to go back to disclosures by commissioners, and I have one too. Go ahead.
I received a telephone communication from Mr. Fischbach inquiring as to whether or not we had received his most recent exhibits, and that was the nature and extent of the conversation. I had told him we received exhibits. I don't know if it was his latest, and of course we received more today. That's the total disclosure.
I have no disclosure since the last meeting.
Madam Chair, I attended a function Saturday night for the Boys and Girls Club of Moore Park. I was approached both by Mayor Parvin and Councilperson Mikas regarding this. I disclosed at that time that it's an ongoing hearing, and that I couldn't communicate any further with them.
I have no further disclosures.
Okay, and the disclosure that I have is it contained in Exhibit II. I asked some questions of staff and received back directly from the consultant. So what I did was I just, it's, yeah, Exhibit II. And it just has my questions, staff's response, and then communication between myself and the consultant. So that is my disclosure. Okay. So as I said, the public hearing is still open. We were at the part of questions of the questions part, but we're going to take more public testimony. So I'm skipping over Scott and Doug I'm sorry, I'm murdering your names. And Tom Nielsen. Ingrid Brewer, did you speak on Thursday? No. Okay, Ingrid Brewer.
Tom Nielsen is part of our staff.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Ingrid Brewer, and I've had the privilege of living in the beautiful county of Ventura my entire life. I currently reside with my family at 4991 Reed Road in the neighborhood known as the Enclave. My home is one of the 7 original homes in the development visible from the 23 freeway between Olson and Tierra Rajada Roads. I'm here today to implore the County of Ventura to conduct sound readings of Route 23 from our neighborhood as part of the Simi Valley Landfill Expansion Environmental Impact Report. My husband and I purchased our home 6.5 years ago, believing this somewhat rural area to be an idyllic spot in which our children could grow. It has proven to be just that, with the exception of the escalating road noise from the 23 freeway. The noise volume was entirely unforeseen when we purchased the house. Prior to widening Route 23 and during construction of the new 3rd lane, traffic patterns were generally slow at rush hour, keeping the noise level down. I support the landfill expansion, but with the Simi Valley landfill expansion as planned, my neighbors and I expect 217 additional trash trucks every morning during the peak traffic hour, bringing the total number of trucks to nearly 500 during this time span. That's 8 or 9 trash trucks per minute at 90 decibels each. Many of us and our children are still sleeping during this time. With the possibility of over 1,000 daily round trips to the landfill, which translates into 2,000 drive-bys of our neighborhood, the sound level will surely increase with the volume of traffic using Route 23. Therefore, I feel it is essential to conduct new sound readings. It is unconscionable to me how the Enclave is continually overlooked by the county's Planning Commission with regard to these sound readings. The county representatives should have a firm understanding of all the traffic being routed down the 23 freeway, and yet you still seem to ignore our concerns. I was present at the Planning Commission meeting regarding the landfill expansion last week in Simi Valley, and I saw the EIR PowerPoint slide readily dismissing our sound concerns. This consultant's view is unfathomable to me, considering what I know and hear as a resident of the neighborhood. I do not believe he has a current understanding of the situation, and therefore his projections are faulty. I hope that all of you took a moment to review the sound video made by my neighbor, Christian Gary. It clearly shows the need for further sound studies made by formal agencies. It's my understanding that a multitude of sound studies have been conducted in Simi Valley. So why has the Enclave been ignored? The noise level does not magically diminish as the 118 turns into the 23. As I believe is legally mandatory, I strongly urge the County of Ventura and Waste Management to include a study of the noise and traffic impact along Route 23 through Thousand Oaks and Moore Park as part of the Simi Valley Landfill Expansion EIR. The impact of future traffic noise at the Enclave was not given consideration prior to Route 23 expansion. Please do not overlook us once again. If decibel readings conclude that a sound wall is warranted for our neighborhood, as I feel sure they will, quality of life and increased property values will be restored for me and my neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Tom Nielsen? I'm sorry, I misread your card.
I'm here. No problem. I don't work for them. You're right, I don't. I'm Tom Nielsen. I live in Oxnard. I've lived in Simi Valley. I lived in Port Hueneme, so I've been here for 30 years. So, thank you. Good morning, Planning Commissioners and staff. I wanted to take a moment to compliment your efforts on the Simi Valley trip, the Simi Valley meeting that you had. That was a long meeting. I wish I could have stayed for the whole thing, but I had to pick my wife up at the airport. I would caught a lot more heat if I hadn't done that. And I want to congratulate you on reading that for an hour and being comprehensive. I wouldn't have wanted to do it. I swear it was beyond my pay grade. The recirculated DEIR is a complete and well-constructed document, fully capable of answering any questions or concern the public may have regarding the project. Now I want to speak briefly about it. My main topic will be the future of energy generation within the county of Ventura. We're a unique county in that we have several population clusters surrounded by large areas of agricultural land. This is what we consider our outstanding characteristic. However, it does present some issues that need to be addressed. The county's support infrastructure network is spread over many miles and often has failures due to natural causes. The lack of research and development center for the industry of energy production, which I will refer to as an energy innovation hub, is lacking. The first issue will be addressed when the expansion of our waste disposal network is complete, and the issue is being discussed just that. It's interesting to see the forward-thinking attitude currently going on, considering our federal government is funding itself week to week, and going out many, many years is rather refreshing, and given that we're not a federal government here. The second issue addresses the Simi Valley landfill. It has some technology there that is going to expand from what it currently is. It's not just energy production. And that's really where I think that this Energy Innovation Hub is important. I think we need a site in the county to test, install, and operate new and future energy technologies. An Energy Innovation Hub will comprise a large set of science, engineering, and implementation techniques focused on single critical local, state, and national need identified by the Department of Energy. Top talent from the full spectrum of R&D performers, universities, private industry, nonprofit, and government laboratories will drive each hub to become an R&D center in its topical area. The hub's management structure will allow empowered energy managers to execute decisions to shape the course of research and development. With robust links to industry, public agencies, and local governments, the highly integrated hub will bridge the gap between basic scientific breakthroughs and industrial commercialization. Integrate from fundamental on-the-ground research through potential commercialization, working with existing regional energy organizations, VCREA. I have to have a little bit of disclosure there. I'm a founding member of the VCREA and have been with them since their beginning. I'm also one of the, I'm not a consultant, but I'm one of the gray-haired people that seem to have enough knowledge to give them a little consistency. And this is a 5-year project, the VCREA, and one of only 3 in California, and very, very successful. We get money when other agencies don't make their quota, don't make their limits. So I'm very proud of the organization we founded, and it was much due to the efforts of Kathy Long. When we had had 3 failures up to that time, and when Kathy Long came along, we finally succeeded. The key elements of the successful management of the hub will be a clear lead institution with strong scientific leadership, and I believe waste management is now that, and a central location for the hub. And again, the hub, I believe, will be the Simi Valley landfill, not necessarily the landfill, but the ancillary areas that are going to be built, that are going to be located in that location there. To the extent there's geographic distribution, the hub participants, a clear commitment to the use of state-of-the-art technology, a clear organization and management plan for achieving a collaborative, synergistic goal of a hub, and infusing a culture of empowered central research management through the hub. I've got a list of about 20 different technologies. I am not going to read those. In closing, I'd like to bring up one more point, and that is the county must provide its residents the ability to keep up with future trends in technology. We have a very small fleet of natural gas vehicles, commercial vehicles, and because of that, we are behind the curve when it comes to the infrastructure that we need in the county to run on natural gas rather than gasoline and diesel. I'm not saying that we necessarily overnight have to change, but we do eventually have to change. And I think that the Innovation Hub is definitely one of the ways that we could affect a change because of them bringing LNG into it, thus, of course, CNG, and then, of course, having the resident infrastructure there. Turns out yesterday, T. Boone Pickens, who is obviously out for entrepreneurship number 101, he's gotten an endorsement from the president, and the endorsement was that we start converting to natural gas. We're only about 10, 15 years behind the rest of the world who has been converting to natural gas rather than gasoline because they have more plentiful supplies of it. They no longer burn it off like they used to. It turns out that we have enough natural gas in our current inventory to last this country 110 years. So I was thinking that that might be an interesting way to go, and I think certainly the hub would be a way of starting it out. Are there any questions anyone has of me? None?
Thank you very much.
Let me just leave this with you then. All right. Can I submit this?
Anthony Gringeri.
Good morning. I'm Anthony Gringeri. I live at 5012 Reed Road in Thousand Oaks in the Enclave, same neighborhood as Mrs. Brewer. I've lived in Thousand Oaks for 19 years and in the Enclave since it was built in 2004. Basically, the substance of my remarks is to echo completely everything that Mrs. Brewer said so eloquently. In the time that I've been in that house, the noise levels from Route 23 have gone from very acceptable to clearly unacceptable, especially during rush hour. I also support the activity at the landfill, the expanded activity at the landfill, but the increased truck traffic on 23, especially since 23 was expanded, has made the noise levels almost unbearable. I no longer use an alarm clock in the morning because I know starting at about 6:30 the truck noise will wake me up. The best thing I can say is that I think it would be clear to the council if current sound readings were taken. I know there have been a lot of opinions on the amount of traffic on that road and the noise level. I was trained as a scientist, and my approach is always to sort of disregard opinion and try to get accurate measurements. Members of our neighborhood have done that, and I believe the DVD and the sound recordings have been submitted to you all. I would ask the board to conduct some independent sound measurements of their own. I think first thing in the morning when traffic is heading into Thousand Oaks and through Thousand Oaks to LA, as the cars and trucks come up that grade, the noise is quite extreme, and a sound wall is warranted. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay. Mary Beth Jacobson.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. I'm Mary Beth Jacobson, and I'm here today on behalf of the Simi Valley Chamber of Commerce, which supports the modernization and expansion project proposed by Waste Management. The Chamber Board's decision to support this project focused on the business aspects of Waste Management's proposed expansion and modernization. We need to strengthen the local economy by keeping jobs in Simi Valley and Ventura County. This company provides over 230 good-paying jobs and injects millions of dollars into the local and county economies. For these reasons alone, Waste Management's project should be given serious consideration. However, the Simi Valley Chamber recognizes that Waste Management is not only a good business partner, it's also a civically responsible neighbor. The local company has given over $270,000 annually in donations to sponsor community organizations. It provides tours to hundreds of kids, parents, and teachers every year, and it continues to partner with local schools to bring environmental education into the community. Organizations within Simi Valley and Ventura County that Waste Management has helped to support include the Simi Valley Education Foundation, the Boys and Girls Clubs, ARC of Ventura County, Rotary Clubs, Kiwanis, the Simi Valley Police Foundation, the YMCA, Boys Clubs, Girls Clubs, Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, the list goes on and on. Waste Management is also an environmentally responsible neighbor. The company has an excellent record of meeting and exceeding environmental guidelines. The proposed new facility will provide a liquefied natural gas fueling station so that the company trucks can run on clean fuel. It will expand recycling programs and will incorporate over 500 acres of wildlife habitat. Existing Ventura County landfills are scheduled to close in 2027. The issue of where our trash will be disposed of is not going to go away. If we do not permit the Simi Valley landfill expansion to move forward, we don't know by whom, where, or how our future waste disposal needs will be met. Waste management is an environmentally conscientious service provider that is also a valued and active participant in our business and civic communities. We're fortunate, we believe, to have a partner like Waste Management available to us to address our future waste disposal needs. We believe that we should work with the company to assure that it can continue to do business in Ventura County for many years to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Wayne Fishback.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Board of Commission members. In my rush to prepare this last presentation of materials, I did not bring the letters that I had submitted to you, the letter that I submitted to you and the letter to the Simi Valley City Council. However, I have it pretty well in mind, so if there's any questions that you'd like to ask about those letters, I think I could answer them. I think the most important thing that I had in the letters was the issue of the affidavits, notarized statements that are required that show consistency with the general plans for both the county and the city of Simi Valley. So I think that has been an item that has maybe been overlooked, but as far as I know, I've done a tremendous amount of research on this. I don't believe that those affidavits or notarized statements have ever been produced either by the county or the city. So those are required by law. So that's something that you might want to check into. I'd like to also just apologize to Mr. Kwong over here. I was told by someone that he was shouting at the commissioners, and I sort of took their word, and I looked at the video, not thoroughly, but I didn't find any shouting, so I just wanted to apologize for that particular item in my letter. I handed you a fairly good-sized package this morning, and obviously you didn't have a chance to read it thoroughly. But it does provide you with some documents that show a very long history leading up to where we are today. Pages 1 through 19 are the actual CEQA document. It's not complete. I just, to keep this from being 500 or 1,000 pages, I basically just called out what I thought were particularly important pages. And in my letter, I think I made mention of Mr. Gerard Kapusik. I don't know if any of you know Mr. Kapusik, but he's been very active in this Simi Valley landfill expansions, and I say with an S, plural, because he's been very much involved in these expansions that went on, I think that was approved in 2003, and then the expansion that we're here today on. In any event, the first document, pages 1 through 19, are the CEQA documents that the county was forced to submit by Cal Recycle, well, it's Cal Recycle now, it used to be the California Integrated Waste Management Board. And that went on for 6 years. The siting element was originally drafted in 1995, and it was submitted, and the state went back and forth with the county for 6 years until the county finally relented and they provided this document that you see, pages 1 through 19. Mr. Kapusik, I believe, is the author of the document, and if you turn to page 9, I'll just cite to one example, and that was as far as I got with my, 11. That was as far as I got with my yellow highlighting, but you'll notice, I think, down under biological resources, there's a statement that says the CSE and the SP, which is, of course, the countywide siting element, and the summary plan, SP, summary plan, I guess it is, plan documents, do not, and it's bolded, do not propose any future landfill projects. Now, that is repeated over and over and over through this CEQA document, and I believe it's basically fraud. I believe that statement, which says that there is no proposed expansion for this CEQA, and I believe it's a mitigated negative declaration. I'm not an expert on CEQA, but that's what it says repeatedly. Now, if you look at the siting element that was revised, and certainly there was no expansion ever proposed in the 1995 original version of the siting element, but when it was revised right at the end of 2000, and there was a short time frame of several months when all this was whipped together, there was a statement, and there's several other, but I'll just read you one. It's talking about specifically the proposed expansion. At that time, when the latest siting element was going around for approval from the cities and so on and so forth, it says a consistency finding, and by the way, this is at page 5.5 in the siting element. It says the proposed expansion is consistent with applicable land development and zoning ordinance policies found in the county general plan. It will contribute to the minimum 15-year disposal capacity that is required by the county of Ventura. Now, there's many, many documents that the California Integrated Waste Management Board recognized with the county that as they were doing this, the state put it in the terms, hey, we're cutting you a break. We're letting you basically deal with this expansion of the Simi Valley landfill, which is the one that was approved in 2003, and your siting element. So basically, whatever CEQA documents that you're doing is essentially covering both of these things. So that's well documented through these documents that everybody, the authorities, knew that this was going on. So to basically put together a CEQA document that in bold says that there's no expansion is just, like I say, as far as I'm concerned, it's fraud. The next document, page 20, you'll notice a name up there at the top of the letter. Again, this letter is from Mr. Kapuchik to Frank Kiesler. Frank Kiesler at that time was Mr., I believe it's Tignac's predecessor. Might have been somebody in between, but he was the general manager of the landfill. An interesting thing about Mr. Kiesler was he ended up on the county's payroll a few years later, and he was the one that actually wrote the initial study assessment guideline for the Integrated Waste Management Department at that time, and it was really laughable because his main thing, as I remember it, was that he said, well, when they did the construction of the landfill, they had to make sure that they were complying with the Integrated Waste Management Department's new recycling ordinance. So I won't get into that whole story why I find that particularly humorous, but that was his main point in the initial study assessment guideline. So I just think it's curious that there would be so many people that could write comments about the initial study assessment guidelines, and it was Mr. Kiesler who was the author of those, and I think there were a couple of, in the documents that I reviewed, I think Kiesler wrote some memos too that were related to answering questions and what have you. So, let's see. On page 28 through 41, this actually gives the history, at least from documents that come out of the California Integrated Waste Management Board in terms of the resistance of Ventura County wanting to do any kind of CEQA review. And all of the siting elements in the state all went through CEQA analysis because in terms of how their siting elements were planned and conducted and everything, it was basically a CEQA-driven kind of thing. So the county went to the extreme of actually even getting an Attorney General opinion, and interestingly, the Attorney General actually sided with the county. But California Integrated Waste Management Board said, nothing doing, we don't care what the Attorney General says, you're going to do CEQA. So they finally ended up doing it, and that's what we've already just touched on. Pages 42 through 56, as an urban planner myself, I had to put a section in here that comes from the 2003 expansion, and this was, I don't think this was a complete EIR. It was called something, an FEIR, which is some kind of update EIR. But in any event, if you look at the land use planning that was done, or comments that were made in pages 42 through 56, while there are a lot of erroneous statements in it, it actually does go in and properly kind of analyze land use, if you will. Now, if you go to the current CEQA, which is pages 57 through 63, I know that this is quite a hot topic with Mr. Bruce Smith in the planning department, but their main thing, the whole land use thing, almost is dealing with community character. So he's dealing with housing and community character, and the logic of all this mystifies me. But basically, there's something in the county about, well, you know, if you're going to build something new, it has to basically look like the stuff that's already there. So that was the community character portion of this whole thing. And like I say, how that relates to a landfill, I'm not quite sure. Pages 64 through 69 deal with a new time frame. This is in 2005, and I would call it sort of precedent setting. It set the precedent for Mr. Bellucci now, insofar as it's dealing with VCOG, it's dealing with this 5-year review of the countywide integrated waste management plan for the county, and the siting element is a part. And essentially, it says we don't need to do anything. Everything's fine. Now, this is after the 2003 first expansion of the landfill. And so I think that there are documents that's showing that the planning for this current expansion are already in the works as of 2005. Again, this is a document and a process driven by Mr. Kapuchik. The next document that I have is pages 70 through 80. And you may already have this information, but these are just a few pages out of the approval of Sunshine Canyon, and it shows how the waste shed boundary, if you will, is limited to LA County. I think you all are already aware of that, but at least these are the documents that back it up. It also, at page, it's mentioned a couple of places, but at page 79, it talks about this whole issue of alternative daily cover. And essentially at Sunshine Canyon, you don't get any alternative daily cover other than tarps, which basically are put on and at night, they're taken off in the morning. So basically there's no airspace, there's nothing being taken up by this phony ADC business. I would just show you quickly a board here. I may have shown you this previously, but these are acres and acres of this concrete that's dumped out on the site, and this is claimed as beneficial reuse. It's not, you know, specific to road building, fill specifically for road building or slope stabilization, any of those kind of things. It's just dumped out there, and it's written off as what they call beneficial reuse. The other item is the so-called recycling of construction and demolition debris. And they probably, my best estimate, I haven't been able to get the documents, but my best estimate is they probably pull out, like the transfer stations do, I've got all those numbers, they pull out about 20% of actually usable material that they basically send back off-site. Metal, obviously, drywall, various things like that. So that leaves 80%. Now, that is shredded through the shredder, okay, and then it's all thrown out there and called alternative daily cover. Now, by law, these materials are extremely restricted, And whenever you pull out the inert materials, like the concrete and the brick tile, different things like that, and you take out the metals and the materials that they're pulling out, I think you had maybe 1 or 2 items that were left in the list that the state allows for this type of material. I've got hundreds of photographs of this kind of stuff out there that's just absolutely, totally trash, okay? And Mr. Belushi has been in deposition and basically stated, oh, we have a fantastic recycling program. It all gets recycled over at the Simi Valley landfill, and we got a 98% recycling rate, which of course is just ridiculous, but of course you can do it when you just take all this trash and throw it out there and call it ADC. Pages 81 through 83, somewhat related to this issue of the ADC, and 82 will show you sort of what I call the 2 sets of books on this. The item 8, it basically gives what the total tons of material are that are coming in on a monthly basis, and then it deducts a certain amount of material that the county allows to be counted as ADC. And interestingly, if you take it on a percentage basis, what the county allows is sort of what the state average is for ADC. Now below that item 9, there are additional things that are allowed to be deducted, which is like the concrete, more green waste recycling and things like that. And those are further deducted, which in this case are about 12,000 tons less than the upper number. That's the number that gets turned into the state for the tipping fees that get paid to the state. So the county gets this extra money because they say, hey, we're not buying this crap about 30% ADC of total waste and that sort of thing. But basically they say, but for the state, that's fine. You can use the other numbers. I'm almost finished. Page 84 is a letter from the Water Board. Took me quite a while to get them activated on this, but this is a picture of the direct outflow from the landfill, and this is just a few hundred feet before it goes into the what's called the Arroyo Simi. And so it's just the nastiest looking water you'd ever want to see. There's basically no retention basins or anything that's basically collecting this water, treating it in any other way. So the Water Board finally sent them a letter on it, and their tests and everything show this, and that's why the Water Board actually did something, because their tests didn't pan out. Last 2 pages are just the response that Waste Management sent back in. I called the Water Board about it. They said, well, it's going to take us 2 or 3 years before we can get around the plates so full to really follow up on it. So that's it. If there are any questions on the material that I've submitted, I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Mr. Fishback, you showed that picture of the materials going into the Arroyo Simi. So you're testifying what you showed us is directly going into the Arroyo Simi and not being collected or diverted?
That's right.
Thank you.
Okay, and I just wanted to say to you, thank you very much for getting as much materials as you could to us early on so I could read the 150 other pages at home. I appreciated that, and I'm going to have staff respond to direct questions that you have in that. So thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you for your courtesy.
Okay. Mark Soika.
Madam Commissioner, thank you very much for this opportunity. I did attend the meeting last week that went way beyond what I had expected, and I had prior commitments that I had to leave, so I appreciate this chance to come back. I'm here as a Simi Valley resident for almost 40 years, and I'm representing not a Fortune 500 company. I'm not being paid to be here. I'm just here for my family, my friends, my children, and my grandchildren, because the project we're talking about will last and impact Simi Valley for the next 42 years. So I appreciate the opportunity to address this body and put on record our concerns and comments regarding the proposed expansion of the Simi Valley landfill. This unnecessary expansion of landfill capacity and operations as put forth in this final environmental impact report will have significant adverse environmental impacts to our air quality that the EIR labels as considerable and unavoidable. Before we needlessly move forward on a project that will affect the air quality of Ventura County, and in particular the citizens of Simi Valley for the next 42 years, I ask that you consider the following comments. That the EIR states the following purpose and objective of this proposed project is to provide a waste disposal and diversion operation designed and conducted in a manner that complies with local, state, and federal regulations and plans, and protects the natural environment, and ensures the protection of the public's health, safety, and welfare, and is compatible with the surrounding land uses. That's in the general plan goal. This project, as described in the EIR, though, fails to meet these objectives on several fronts. The proposed project not only causes significant impacts to the air quality, but most impacts are still significant even after compliance with mitigation efforts are assumed and applied. The EIR states in the cumulative analysis, section 4, that existing and future project construction and operational activities would add additional air emission burdens to these significant levels of project emissions, and as a result, mitigated emissions from the project construction and operation would produce cumulatively considerable and unavoidable contributions to ozone, nitrogen dioxides, particulate matter 10 microns, and particulate matter 2.5 levels. So this project, as proposed, fails to ensure the public's health, safety, and welfare because these criteria pollutants are scientifically proven to be hazardous to humans, and as such are the reason for the various National Clean Air Act, which resulted in the National Ambient Air Quality Standards, the California Clean Air Act, and that also gave us ambient air quality laws to ensure the protection of the public's health, safety, and welfare. The scientific evidence linking particulate matter, and I'm just going to focus on that because of time constraints, but I could go on about the others. But in particulate matter, the scientific evidence as far as the adverse health effects are well known and documented. The exposure to particulate, and this is from the California Air Resources Board 2005, that exposure to particulate matter is linked to increased frequency and severity of asthma attacks, pneumonia, bronchitis, even premature death in people with pre-existing cardiac or respiratory disease. Infants, children, the elderly, and persons with heart and lung disease are the most sensitive to the effects of particulate matter. And again, on your tour, where I really appreciate you coming out to the tour, so you could actually see when you're standing on the working face how this project looms right above the thousands of residents below, and which are impacted daily by this. The New England Journal of Medicine reported that results from the USC Children's Health Study in 2004 has shown strong evidence that adverse effects in children exposed to ambient levels of traffic-related pollutants, that children in communities with high levels of nitrogen oxides, which are going to be increased by this project, particulate matter 2.5, which is going to be increased by this project, acid vapors, and elemental carbon showed reduced lung function growth over the study period. The EPA's own initiative on aging states in their fact sheet for older adults and caregivers, that particle pollution may aggravate lung diseases, including COPD, asthma, and may be responsible for serious health effects, including hospitalization or premature death. Now, this project also fails to comply with local, state, federal regulations and plans concerning our air quality. In addition to the existing federal ambient air quality standards and state laws, the California Senate Bill 656 was passed by the California legislature because, and they say in their fact sheet, reducing particulate matter pollution is one of the highest public health priorities. So they passed this law to reduce the particulate matter pollution. So the law mandated that local air control districts develop regulations to reduce particulate matter, and the VCA-PCD has implemented Rule 55 regarding fugitive dust. But this project, even with assumed compliance of Rule 55, still contributes to exceedances of particulate matter 10 and 2.5 microns, contrary to the plans of attainment as set out by these laws. In reality, the goal of the plans and these federal laws were to reduce the level of these criteria pollutants, but somehow it's got twisted around to where project compliance with these rules still result in increased particulate matter pollution and even take us further away from attainment plans. And the logic behind this is kind of stunning to me. And I'm just going to liken it to a person who's morbidly obese and been instructed by their doctor to reduce their calorie intake, and made a mitigation or effect of maybe drinking Diet Coke to reduce the calories and the sugars. and then this person spends the next 2 hours at a local buffet eating ribs and whatever they can. But they say, well, we're complying with the mitigation efforts because I downed it all with a Diet Coke. It's kind of the same logic I found throughout the EIR when they were talking about these matters. Not only does this proposed project fail to meet the stated objectives of an operation designed and conducted in a manner that protects the natural environment, but the project as proposed fails to ensure protection of the public's health, safety, and welfare. The continued and exacerbated increases in unhealthy criteria pollutants such as ozone, nitrogen oxides, and particulate matter 10 and 2.5 microns is not only a public health risk, but it is contrary to the goals of attainment as mandated by national, state, and local clean air laws. This project only exacerbates Ventura County's non-attainment status. Ventura County is already in non-attainment status as required by the Federal Clean Air Act, and this project as proposed exacerbates exceedances and takes us further from achieving attainment thresholds of criteria pollutants as required by the law. And additionally, on top of that, Simi Valley already has the county's worst air quality, and the brunt of the project's polluting emissions will be unfairly borne by the citizens of Simi Valley for the next 42 years. Also, this EIR really fails to establish a baseline of exposure to these emissions based on actual data. For the landfill, a comprehensive emission inventory is not available. The hotspots inventory mainly includes emissions from the landfill gas combustion equipment, but under the hotspots legislation, fugitive emissions from landfills were exempted from inventory requirements, and also motor vehicle emissions were exempt from the hotspots. On Ventura County's website, they say on there that emissions are not the same as exposure, because emissions alone do not fully represent the extent of this exposure on the thousands of nearby residents. The weather, wind can result in exposures that occur in locations different from where the emissions actually occurred and can create new pollutants such as secondary particulate matter 2.5 and ozone due to the chemical reactions in the atmosphere. Experts say that several months to a year's worth of monitoring data are required to accurately delineate the full extent of the residents' exposure to the migration of the landfill emissions. That is not to be found anywhere in the EIR. For the thousands of Simi Valley residents living downwind from the landfill, the EIR provides no actual monitoring data to form an accurate baseline of the current exposure, not emissions, but exposure to the migration of the potentially toxic elements. Without actual monitoring data to fully understand the extent of the exposure to the residents from current and future operations, any mitigation measures and alternatives recommended are really superfluous. So in wrapping up, importing municipal solid waste and hazardous household waste into and through the heart of Simi Valley for the next 42 years for some economic benefit to the county and the city is not really listed as a purpose or need of this project. Ensuring the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens of this county, and in particular those of Simi Valley, is supposed to be a purpose and need according to CEQA requirements. This landfill expansion as proposed fails to meet those needs, and there's also no urgent need to increase the waste capacity of the landfill just so that we can import more waste from outside our county. There is certainly no need to commit to a 42-year project with the significant adverse impacts upon our lives and health without appropriate testing and analysis. Surely there can be a more forward-thinking answer to meeting our solid waste needs other than importing trash from outside our county and burying it in a landfill with all the attendant environmental impacts. We respectfully ask that you deny this project as proposed and to require actual monitoring data in the event of any future requests for expansion. May I just comment real quickly on a couple things I've heard already this morning? A very intelligent gentleman got up here and talked about an energy innovation hub. And that sounds all very exciting, but that's not really the purpose of this project. And as a resident of Simi Valley, we're still suffering from the last energy innovation. It's called the Santa Susana Field Lab. And that was the largest nuclear disaster in the nation. And so we're living with that, even though all the experts said there was nothing to worry about. Also, this is an EIR, an Environmental Impact Report. So it's not a report on the corporate benevolence of waste management. It's not a report on what good corporate citizens they are. Waste Management has a very lucrative agreement to handle our waste until 2035. So the jobs they have now and the corporate benevolence that they do will not be lost if this project is not approved. So I ask you please to consider this request to protect us from this project. Any questions?
Thank you. Before we get to questions, I just want to remind people, if you parked in the 3-hour parking lot,
That's me.
you need to get out there and move your car. They do ticket. Is there anybody that needs to move their car right now? You? Well, I'll let you come back.
Any questions?
Well, you know what? We'll come back for questions, okay?
Okay, and I'll submit this.
Thank you.
For your record.
Is that all right? That's all right, isn't it? Let the guy move his car. And here it is. All right. Daniel Milligan.
Good morning, and thank you for hearing my testimony or my comments. Thank you. I was unable to complete the attendance last week. I was unable to stay the duration, but I did hear staff's and saw their presentation and their recommendation, as well as the public comments, the majority. I just wanted to be brief and summarize. I don't believe that this project's, the overriding considerations outweigh the negative impacts, so I'm opposed to the project. Option 5, I think, would be mine, which is a no project option. So, again, the overriding considerations, I don't believe, outweigh the negative impacts. There's a long list. You've seen them all, and you've can form your own opinion. That's my opinion. First of all, I do live in Simi Valley, and I'm near the Madera corridor. I have had, unfortunately, some time on my hands recently, and so I'll try not to be emotional, and I try to be rational and logical in these things. And but I have had time on my hands recently, and I've tried to study the data as best I can as a layman. But also, some of my time is involved now in things like the Santa Susana Field Lab, which I think the past speaker just mentioned, and so that's concerning as well. And it's a citizen, a father, a grandfather, I have children, grandchildren, and I'm concerned about the well-being of my family, my children, and my grandchildren, and their children. Not so much for economic gain, of corporate gain, and I understand that there's pros and cons across the board here, but I believe I'm coming more from a health and environmental and quality of life perspective. Especially, I understand that I believe that there's no restriction on the importation of waste into this landfill facility, and yet, if that's the case, and yet we're planning for this expansion, and so I believe that let's at least restrict the importation, and then let's plan. Let's see where we are, after we restrict the importation, and then let's see really what does the county need after we restrict the importation. And I don't believe the reduced capacity, the RCLA option, I believe that there's too little reduction, that option really is too little in the reduction of the negative impact. I mean, if you look at the table, it's almost a joke. I'm sorry, but look at that table, and that option is just not really a reduction to me. Just a couple of notes. I noticed that in staff's presentation, it seemed that there was more time spent on the impact to like lizards and snakes and lower life forms in the area, and not so much like on the human impact. Section, what is it? Section, I'm sorry, page 17. The irreversible impacts. I mean, they're all like non-human. Concrete and pavement and fuel and stuff like that. So maybe I missed it, but I don't see anything about like the irreversible human impacts. Is that just not there? I mean, asthma, the health impacts. I hear about all the air quality. I mean, what is how do you irreversibly, how do you reverse asthma or a health impact? How do you reverse the quality of life and the impact to the quality of the life of the people that live nearby there? Maybe I missed a page, but I just didn't see any human irreversible human impacts. How do you reverse a fatality of a traffic collision on the freeway? A fatality of somebody. How do you reverse that? I'm sorry, I just see this shortcomings and it upsets me. And I don't want to see these things happen due to economic gain when there's, significant impacts to people, humans, lives of children. So please, be considerate and do the right thing. And I appreciate your effort and your time and your professionalism. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so those are all the speaker cards I have from people who have not spoken before. Is Mark Sorka? I have a written comment. Did you mean to have it be a speaker comment?
I did submit a card. I did speak in Simi Valley prior to this. I'm representing the Board of Education, Debbie Sandlin.
Okay, let me just make sure. Go ahead. Let me just make sure I didn't skip you. Go ahead.
May I address you?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair, and esteemed members of the Planning Commission and county staff. I'm glad to stand before you again today. As a fierce advocate for our children, we are the only elected body that advocates for our students, and so I am here to advocate for them and our community again. I did address you before, and I thank you for coming to Simi Valley, and I will not be saying the same words. I will be following up on some concerns I had before. So I know time is of the essence, and I respect you so much for your time and for coming to Simi Valley. Thank you. Anyway, I just wanted to address some of the issues. The premise of this proposed project is faulty, in my opinion. One of the big premises is that our population in Ventura County will increase by 30% by 2030. I would highly question that to be accurate. We are in declining enrollment, and Ventura County, like the state of California, is in an economic recession, and we are not growing. I'm sorry to say, I'm not sorry to say we're not growing in trash, but we are growing in trash from LA County. Okay, another issue I wanted to talk to you about is LA County, I'm sure you know, has a very aggressive waste diversion program to divert 50% of their waste. And we now at Simi Valley Landfill is importing up to 33 to 37%. A representative from the applicant did confirm to me, as of today, we are taking in 33%. I got information from the city of Simi Valley, says it's probably more like 37. So I can play with 33 to 37. But it makes me go back to look at, why do we need this expansion? Why do we need this expansion? Presently, at the landfill, we take in 3,592 tons per day, which includes 2,000, in that 3,592 tons per day, is 2,521 tons per day of waste and 1,070 tons per day of recyclables. That's not even near what they're presently permitted to bring in now. They're permitted now to bring in 9,250 tons per day, 3,000 tons of disposable and 6,250 tons of recyclable. But there is the key, okay? If they expand, and I've heard the argument from the applicant, I've talked to him myself, and I've read the EIR, I've read as much as I can on this. The expansion, they say, what are you worried about? It's only to be 9,250 tons per day, but it'll be 6,000 tons per day of disposable and 3,250 tons a day recyclable. Now, I'm wondering, they said that they're going to be expanding their recyclable program, but they actually want to decrease the recyclables bringing in there. They want to bring in waste, largely from LA County, that they can dump and spread and cover and be done with. Recyclables, you have to handle them more than once. So there is the key to me. 2 times the amount of waste. Fill up our landfills. Recyclables, they have to handle again. A lot of people do not realize trash is a commodity. Trash is big business. Now, bringing in trash from LA County will allot the applicant a lot of money. We're not talking about a regional company. We're talking about a company that is in the United States, Puerto Rico, and Canada. They have the largest fleet in the United States of truck traffic. So when they say that they want to accommodate our needs in Ventura County, if that was indeed the case, I would not be here before you today. We need landfill space. We need to accommodate Ventura County's landfill space. I'm entrusted as a Ventura County's school board member in our local community, Simi Valley. You are entrusted, in my opinion, to watch out for the needs of Ventura County. Now, if this does go through, we will bring in a lot more LA trash. And when we're filled up, we'll be in the position of sending our trash to who knows where. It is not the right thing to do. And if this trash is brought in from LA County, we now there's allowed 470 trips per day, okay? No, excuse me. Now they have 470 round trips per day going to the landfill. Permitted is 822. They're not even up to their permitted. But if this goes through, they'll be allowed 1,297 round trips per day, which will be a significant impact on our traffic and our air quality. And that's where I want to follow up on what I had addressed you before on the air quality issues. The air quality issues are significant even after mitigation. To our sensitive population, to our children in our community, it will be hazardous. I wanted to know why this project, if it is indeed needed, which I highly doubt, why it cannot be downsized to the point where these issues are non-significant after mitigated. Once this project goes through and the air quality is allowed to go that detrimental, and Mr. Soika shared with you a lot of the particulates, and I submitted a letter last time I had talked to you regarding that. I am desperately worried. Asthma is a serious concern. Simi Valley is known as City of the Winds. That's what Simi means. And just add more air into the air is just unconscionable to me. Another issue that I had asked you to research that I had received information on was regarding the siting element and the proximity of one of our schools to this landfill expansion. Over 2.5 miles is preferable. We have one school that is 1.2 miles. And I want to know what will be in place if this project is allowed that would help us mitigate and monitor the air quality for our students in our community. I respectfully ask that you deny or at least downsize this project significantly to meet until the impacts are not significant after mitigated. So again, I'm asking the air quality issue what you're going to do if this goes through, and we're dealing with significant air quality issues in Simi Valley, and again, the proximity of one of our schools. And again, I did fill out the card. I am from the Board of Education. But we have not taken an official position against it. I continue to be vehemently opposed. But these are issues that I feel I need to strongly bring to the surface again. And I would highly hope that you would consider these issues before you make your recommendation to our Board of Supervisors. So thank you for your time, and I appreciate you. Thank you. Do you have any questions?
Thank you. Are there any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you again. Oh, there is one. Sorry about that.
Yes, thank you.
Without getting into a lot of detail, you mentioned a school issue within some radius of 1.5 miles.
1.2 miles from the gate.
What is the closest intersection to that school?
I'm sorry?
What is the closest intersection to that school?
The closest intersection, well, the school is in our Greek track.
What is the name of the school?
Royal Elementary School.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's right off of Madera.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you again.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I have a question, please, and I'm not certain if it can be answered now. We had two other elected officials speak to us at last week's meeting, the mayor of Simi Valley and the mayor of Moore Park. At that meeting, both of them said that their city councils had not taken a stand on this. Have we received any additional information to state that they have or have not taken a stand on this project?
I haven't received any additional information, but I know that somebody is here from the city of Moore Park, so you might want to ask him.
Still have a question. Did you fill out a speaker card?
I spoke at Simi Valley. My name is Joe Vaca. I'm a principal planner with the city of Moore Park. I didn't anticipate speaking today, but I will state for the record that Moore Park's position is that the EIR's analysis is deficient at this time to make a valid decision whether or not to support or oppose the project.
On what basis, sir?
On the basis of the letter that we submitted related to traffic issues that we don't feel were adequately analyzed, truck trips going through the town, a lack of appropriate mitigation related to visual impacts. And I have copies of the letter if you need it.
Commissioner,
So
does
just
that
to,
answer your question?
yes, just to conclude, we haven't supported or opposed the project at this point. We do think that the EIR hasn't adequately analyzed potential impacts to our community.
Yes, that's answered my question from Moore Park, but I'm from CME.
No, Moore Park, sir.
But we
Yes.
haven't heard anything from CME then, has there's been any change in a recommendation for or against this project, is that correct?
Right, I haven't heard anything different from CME than the testimony that they gave.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for that.
Are there any other questions?
Just a
from the speaker?
clarification, I didn't hear you correctly. Did you say the EIR was sufficient or insufficient?
We think that the EIR is inadequate
Thank you.
in order to make a decision, that an additional analysis needs to be completed before we can make a decision to support or oppose.
And just to follow up, Mr. Vaca, that, and if I remember the letter correctly, it's because also the city of Moore Park would not receive any of the traffic mitigation fees, or there's no mechanism in place,
Well, that hasn't been analyzed in the EIR, that's correct.
and therefore what the city is looking for, additional study, but also to receive some type of fee to mitigate. Is that correct?
Well, there hasn't been any mitigation whatsoever related to traffic for Moore Park, so we think that needs to be analyzed, and that mitigation needs to be offered, yes.
Thank you for the answer.
How do you spell your last name?
V as in Victor, A-C-C-A.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll be here if you have any additional questions.
Okay. Mr. Soika, you had one more thing you wanted to say. You've come back from moving your car.
No, I just said if you had any questions.
Are there any questions of Mr. Soika? I just wanted to tell you one thing. I don't know if you need to come to the podium for this, but are you aware that our tour didn't include time up at the top because of the rain? Yeah, so during your presentation that you said, you know, our tour allowed us to see. In fact, we were not able to go up because of the mushiness and the size of the bus and whatnot.
Yeah,
And none of us, we were advised also not to independently go. So I don't believe any one of us, I know I didn't, actually go to the top. And I didn't know if you were aware of that.
No, if you could legally somehow make it possible to stand on top of the working face and look at the trash strewn around and watch it as it blows, and they got the big screens to catch the big material. It's the things we can't see that is harmful, and you can just see that flowing right across the valley. So I thought you had seen that, and I apologize. But if you could, that would be beneficial, I think, in your decision. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I believe that we are done. The only other card that I have is is a speaker card from Mark Wittig. A statement card from Mark Wittig. Did you want to speak, or you just wanted to have your statement card? Just for the record, Mr. Wittig is supporting the recommended action. Now we get to, is there anyone who wants to speak who hasn't filled out a card? Okay. Good? All right. Now we're at the point where we would have the representatives from Waste Management rebut. So there's 3 cards here, and I'll leave it to you on how you want to go in order. There's Doug, Scott, and Andrea. And I apologize for not saying your last names. I won't even try. Just come up and state your name and city of residence, and you decide the order. And I anticipate that you will also be answering questions. So you might want to just all move down to the front so you can pop up and down as needed.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Doug Corcoran. I'm
Could
with
you
Waste
say your
Management.
name louder, please? So
It's
that yes.
Corcoran.
Corcoran.
Corcoran, right?
Thank you.
Really, today we came, well, I guess we submitted 2 documents to the Commission. Wanted to make sure you have those. One was a letter addressing safety culture and program that Commissioner Rodriguez had some specific interest in. And the other was a kind of a side-by-side comparison of if, right, that one, correct. So if you have any questions on those, we're here to answer them.
And submitted a letter from your attorney.
Right, which
Okay,
you will
so
speak
3.
to. Okay.
Okay, we're good.
Thank you.
We
And
got
so
them all.
I'll just sit down and as at your pleasure, we'll come up and answer questions appropriately. And
Are there any questions for Mr. Corcoran? Yes.
Yeah, thank you for the letter. I appreciate your concern enough about my inquiry to respond to it. And I just in glancing at it, you obviously have a pretty exemplary safety record without any loss of work days or accidents, et cetera, et cetera. At the root of my comments or inquiry as related to safety was the issue of airborne pathogens and testing that might be part of that safety plan, and I don't think that's been answered yet.
I'll defer to Scott on that. Actually, I'd like to take the credit for that safety record, but Scott runs the site, and it's his team that's achieved that. So, Scott, if you have Scott Tignac, the manager of the site. Thank you.
Scott Tignac, District Manager for Waste Management, Simi Valley resident. You had a question regarding airborne pathogens?
Yes. Is that something that's inclusive within your periodic safety inspections, or is that something that EPA does on an unannounced basis? Or is that done at all?
We employ occupational specialists throughout the company that have determined that our site is at a level D, lowest level for protection of employees, not requiring any specific, you're talking about air, like breathing in stuff, right? Correct?
Sure.
Exactly. Yeah, no masks or dust masks or respirators are required at our site. We validate that probably about every 5 or so years. We actually do an on-site with personal monitoring to just validate those claims. That's still true today.
Okay, so there's no outside monitoring by EPA, for example, local county air pollution control district or anybody else. It's your staff that reviews and monitors that issue there.
In compliance with the regulations put out by Cal OSHA.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions of Mr. Corcoran? Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Have you had an opportunity to review and approve or disapprove of the proposed conditions regarding let's see if it's characterized here. Well, we had a question and we had an ongoing discussion, and one of the major concerns, and you hear it again today, is the fact that we'll use our space to fill up for Los Angeles County. I requested a condition, staff prepared a condition, which I hope was submitted to you and reviewed. Did you review that and approve the proposed condition?
This is the priority for Ventura County condition, is that correct? We have reviewed that, and we're satisfied with that condition.
Thank you, sir.
Sure.
Okay, seeing no more. Were there questions of Mr. Tignac? No. Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Ms. Chair, Planning Commissioners, Andrea Lisi with Ramey Thomas Moose and Manley. We're counsel to Waste Management. I'm glad to be saying good morning. Just 4 points for the record. Ms. Lazar's letter dated today, I had a chance to skim. She cites section 18756 and 18756.1 of the California Code of Regulations for the premise that a CSE needs to describe each proposed expansion of an existing solid waste facility disposal site. And if you look at the context of those regulations, starting with 18755, it's clear that those provisions are meant to explain the criteria that a project goes through in terms of a planning tool for 15 years minimum disposal capacity, which is required by the state law, and to be able to show 15 years of ability to dispose of waste. These are the things that need to be considered. It doesn't require that each proposed project that comes forward within a jurisdiction requires an amendment to the countywide siting element. I think that logic would result in an ever-evolving countywide siting element process that you would never ever get through, and that wasn't the intent of the statute or the regulations as I read them, so I'd just urge you to review that in context. With respect to the EIR, Mr. Soja has expressed repeated concerns about the air quality impacts and the health risk concerns. And we heard the same again today from someone from the from the school district. I think it's important again to remember the context of the project and that a lot of the air emissions are operational air emissions that will happen in the region irrespective of the project because of the nature of waste disposal, the ongoing need for waste disposal, and it's not going to go away irrespective of this project. It's not as if you have a new Walmart or shopping center going up that will be arguably generating new trips. The EIR does include a health risk assessment, as I mentioned in the last hearing, which is referenced in Section 3.2 and also Appendix B3 of the original draft EIR, which was circulated for public review and comment. The health risk assessment found less than significant cancerous, acute, or non-acute potential health effects, including to the school that was located approximately 1.2 miles away, and there's another school located as well. So those sensitive receptors were included in the analysis. With respect to the attainment and the air quality impacts, again, the EIR, it's at page 3.2-27, talks about how the emissions of the project will be generated mostly by construction and that it will not conflict with or obstruct implementation of the air quality plans or the state implementation plan. With respect to the water quality issues that were raised today, page 3.3-24 of the EIR talks about that there will not be any net increase in off-site surface water discharges because of the proposed project, that there's detention basins on site, and also I direct your attention to Title 27 of the California Code of Regulations, which is where the regional board and the State Water Quality Control Board oversee construction standards for Class 3 landfills, also for drainage control and surface impoundments. That's at 20375 and 20365 of the regulations. And with respect to traffic and noise, the EIR found less than significant impacts in certain areas. And if there's no significant adverse effects to the environment that are caused by a project, then no mitigation is imposed. That's under 15126.4 of the CEQA guidelines. If there is evidence of a significant adverse impact, then mitigation requirements get triggered. So with respect to traffic in outlying jurisdictions where the EIR consultant found that there's no substantial evidence supporting a reasonably foreseeable significant adverse impact, the mitigation was not required. And then lastly, I just have one question for the chair, and I hope that you don't get offended. I don't mean this in any derogatory way, but just given the disclosures that were made at the last hearing, and I feel like I wouldn't be doing my job representing my client if I didn't ask, was I looked at the Form 700, your Schedule A2, which reflects that you have a corporate secretary position with greater 10% interest in JTA and Associates, which is an environmental consulting firm, from my understanding. And the Secretary of State website shows that that entity was dissolved in 2000, but I'm not sure if it's the same one. But then there's also a list for a firm called Project Specialists, And I think it lists your husband for the agent of the service of process. So I'm just wanting to clarify if that is your husband. Secondly, if that is the right company. And then if you have any clients within the jurisdiction that are currently clients of your environmental consulting firm, if you would please disclose that. And also if you have any stocks or other interest in any waste company or waste-related company, that be clarified.
Okay, I am so glad you asked that question because I heard through the grapevine that there was a concern that Waste Management thought that there might be a bias on my part. So I disclosed this before, but I will disclose it again. Yes, Project Specialists and JTA and Associates are the company. Nothing's dissolved. It's all the same. My husband, as I said before, was the manager of the expansion of the Sunshine Canyon landfill from 1988 to 1999. After that, he worked as a consultant to Sunshine Canyon for, let's see, until 2006. That is a long time ago. Currently, his list of clients there's no, I already disclosed that, I already discussed this with the planning director, but let me just go through it again. He does not have any other competing clients. He currently has a waste-to-energy biogas project at the Bowerman landfill in Orange County. There's no conflict. Also, with regard to Senate Bill 71 for sales and tax exclusions for equipment to construct biogas facilities, he was part of the rulemaking procedures up in Sacramento. That would benefit your project to get those sales and use tax exclusions for your equipment for your new facility. He was part of that rulemaking, and that's pretty recent. I'm racking my brain.
I think
we have no, there are absolutely no, I thought long and hard about this, and this has been, you know, a long way down the road. I think this started in the mid-2000s, 2005, 2006, 2007?
2005,
You guys,
I think.
okay, well, we hear things a little earlier, you know, being what we do. And there's absolutely nothing, there is absolutely no financial or other interest. As far as stock goes, I own stock in Republic Services, but it's such a minuscule amount, it wouldn't make any impact at all. And I was under the impression that it's only if we own a substantial amount that it would make any difference at all. That is really a stretch. So I'm like standing here bare to you.
Well, I appreciate that. No, I felt that I had to ask, given the disclosures.
To do your job,
right.
yeah. And I felt that I was pretty thorough also in disclosing that the attorney for an opposing group is a good friend of mine, but you know, my colleague to my left here has quite a number of good friends that have come in here too, and there isn't the same kind of concern about that. So it depends on, you're concerned about friendships depending on whether you perceive there to be, you know, a bias in favor or a bias against. So.
Well, and I know the Commission's aware of the common law bias provisions, but
yeah, there's nothing there. Someone told me, "Oh, it's really improper that you're even sitting up here, given that Elise Lazar is your attorney." She is not. She is not my attorney. She is my friend, and so there is absolutely no conflict there. I know it's probably very uncomfortable for Waste Management. It's like a perfect storm. Oh my gosh, Jim A. Dukas our competitor for all these years. And you know what's funny is Frank Kiesler, he worked for Sunshine too. So it's like there's 18 people in the world and they all know each other.
Well, it is a small community, so
it's
that's
a very
why I
small
had to ask.
community.
So I appreciate your candid.
This is just the way it goes. So, does that satisfy you as far as disclosures? I'm looking to county council to see if that's satisfactory.
County council represents the commission, doesn't represent any individual person in their individual capacity. The questions that are being asked are you as an individual, and your Form 700, which goes to the Fair Political Practices Commission, is a matter between you and the commission. So we don't, as a county council office, offer legal advice to individuals.
Yeah, I appreciate it. It satisfies us. So unless you have any questions for me, I'll sit down.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Council, thank you for the follow-up, and I appreciate it. I'm getting to know more about the county site element than I ever wanted to know. But in your first paragraph, you stated that the court is still pending resolution on the current lawsuit.
That's correct.
Are you on Judge 5 or 6 now?
I believe 5.
Okay. We don't have that many, so
I
we get your resolution. Also, they state that there has been a request for an injunction on these proceedings, and that has been denied?
It has not been ruled on yet.
Not ruled on, okay. All right, so there is no pending ruling from a court at this moment?
There is a pending ruling on the merits and on the injunction. We're still waiting. He has 90 days to issue his ruling. That was about a month ago now, I think, so we have about 2 months left if he really sits on it.
So the injunction may become moot because we're going to decide today, and then my understanding the Board of Supervisors is going to see it in May, if the timing goes, so.
The court may be hoping for that, I don't know.
Trust me, I have several cases that are taking really long. So
Yes, now I know they're impacted, so.
Thank you. All right, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions?
Any other questions of the speaker? Okay, thank you very much. And thank you for the opportunity to clarify the rumors that made their way back to me. I appreciate that. At this time, we'll have closing comments by staff.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair and members of the commission. I want to raise a number of points. Actually, I think Ms. Lacey did a good job responding to some of the general comments that were presented to you, both verbally and in writing. The first point I want to make is in regards to Exhibit 40, which was the memo that was distributed to each of you. I just want to clarify that we did draft a condition, as you're aware, pursuant to Commissioner Onstott's request. If you were to recommend approval of the project subject to that condition, that you, in your actions, you adopt actions, explicitly clarifying that you're including that condition. I did include some recommended actions in that memo. So if you are inclined to recommend approval, I recommend that you adopt either those actions or something very similar to them. Now, there have been a number of questions that we've received. I'll just take them point by point if they have not been addressed already. And you must excuse me, I've been so close to this project for so long. There's a lot of stuff that I know Mr. Nelson knows, and it's been stated and restated, so I don't know exactly what's in your head and what you've gathered. So if at any point you have any questions, feel free to throw those out. I'm just going to go through the questions that I know of right now and do my best to address those. So in regards to the first question, there was a question in regards to Exhibit R, and there was a reference in Exhibit R to a toxic plume. And then the exhibit was interesting because it starts off with a discussion of toxic plumes, and then it goes into a lengthy discussion of water quality issues. I don't see how the two are related. It seems to be conflated. But I just wanted to clarify there are no plumes at the little landfill. As I discussed in my presentation, was analyzed in the EIR and has been reiterated time and time again. There is a very extensive landfill gas recovery system that feeds the landfill gas to energy and the proposed landfill gas to liquefied natural gas facility that's proposed as a part of this project. Second, in Exhibit Q, there was a reference to the chemical makeup of ADC and regulations that pertain to ADC. Once again, I can't get in the mind of the commenter, but I think the commenter was referring to recently adopted waste discharge requirements that pertain to soils that can be used for alternative daily cover. The regulations have actually increased in regards to the standards that apply to the use of those materials as ADC. As I stated in my presentation last week and is explained in the EIR, all ADC is subject to California Code regulations requirements. They are tested and monitored by Waste Management has to do is submit their tests to not only Environmental Health Division as the local enforcement agency for the solid waste facilities permit, but also needs to be done in concurrence with the California Integrated Waste Management Board's, Recycle's approval. And I should also state that the regulations that apply to ADC were subject to their own environmental analysis. Indeed, they're written such that the use of these ADCs will not produce significant environmental impact or create health problems for either workers on site or those who live in or around the property. There have been questions about ADC and why it's not classified or included in the maximum tons per day for municipal solid waste. Well, pursuant to the regulations that apply to ADC, they're not classified as municipal solid waste, so it's not included in the 6,000 tons per day that is proposed by the applicant. I will say, though, that it is included in the total volume that will be allowed at the site. So you account for everything that's going in there in terms of the maximum volume, but in terms of the daily limits of what can be imported, ADC is not included in that 6,000 tons per day.
Can I interrupt you there?
Sure.
There was a further question regarding that. Is Waste Management charging for the delivery of that material? And if so, does that count? I'm interested in what the agreement is with the county and what you're...
It'd be best for Mr. Tignac to respond to that question, I believe, if he's willing to do so.
We do collect a fee for the tipping of the treated auto shredder waste at our site.
Out of that fee, does any money come to
the county?
Anybody else? Yeah.
Yeah, the county collects their surcharge on it, which is currently, I believe, $2.55 per ton.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you.
There were also questions in regards to how the air quality mitigation fees would be paid. That is the air quality mitigation measure that requires Waste Management to enter into an agreement with the Air Pollution Control District to collect fees to be paid for emission reduction programs within the county. The primary program, and Mr. Thomas, Chuck Thomas is here to correct me if I get this wrong, but the primary program to which those fees would be used is the Carl Moyer Memorial Air Quality Standards Attainment Program. Basically, that's a program to replace, repower, or retrofit diesel vehicles. There are also a number of other programs to which the fees could be used. There's a lawnmower trade-in program, a lower emission school bus program, as well as others that could potentially.
Okay, and jumping in there again, could we have Mr. Thomas come and talk about this exposure versus emissions question that was raised earlier, and the air quality issues of the 1,297 round trips that Debbie Sandlin referred to?
Sure,
all of that.
I'll take a stab at it. The EIR clearly, again, I'm Chuck Thomas of the Air Pollution Control District. The EIR clearly indicates that the air emissions from the project, including the truck trips, will have a significant impact on air quality in the Simi Valley area. It's unmitigatable. We have mitigation measures, but those mitigation measures in total will not be sufficient to reduce those impacts to less than significant. So yes, there will be some incremental impact to exposure from those emissions to the people of Simi Valley. We haven't quantified it. It's not possible to quantify the exact increase in exposure. So the EIR simply concluded that there will be a significant impact based on our criteria.
Did you read his suggestion? I think it's exhibit. I think it's Exhibit R again, that talks about some kind of health risk assessment, and it's taking years, and what's the rush?
The person here who can address the health risk assessment is Kirby Zazula with our engineering section. And maybe Kirby could come up.
Good morning. Kirby Zazula, Ventura County APCD. I'm the Engineering Division Manager, resident of Ventura. Not too long ago, the lawyer for waste management addressed the health risk assessment, and I don't really have a whole lot more to say about that. It was in a full health risk assessment was in the EIR, concluded that the project met the health risk threshold values for approval for the Air Pollution Control District.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Kirby, sorry. We did take testimony just recently that this proximity to a school, and also from Mr. Soika about very complex particulates being wind-driven, if you will. Any supplemental clarity that you can give as far as what the EIR and the testing procedures are that would give a comfort level?
Yeah, let's see. The EIR health risk assessment addressed a number of things. It addressed truck trips. It addressed construction emissions, both diesel and dust. It addressed wind-blown erosion also. It addressed the landfill gas flares. It addressed the current waste-to-energy engines out there. Also addressed any fugitive hydrocarbon emissions that aren't collected by the landfill collection equipment. So that was all included. Any other specific questions on that? Sure.
Yeah, one of the things that I was most concerned about were the two leachate system and how leachate was treated. What I understood is that the Class 1 portion of the landfill, the leachate is treated and then used for irrigation and dust control. And I was wondering, how do you treat some of the stuff that's in that Class 1 leachate, and how is it aerosoled into the air?
Yeah, I'm not a water quality engineer.
Commissioner Iudakis.
Yes.
Yes. The Class 1 area does not have, I got to back up. There was one area of the landfill. It was classified as a Class 1 area that was prior to the landfill being taken over by, it was chemical management, which then turned into waste management. However, that area has been capped and sealed with Regional Water Quality Control Board and Department of Substance Control approved liners, such that any leachate that percolates down through either the existing operations or the proposed expanded fill area will not percolate into the Class 1 area, if that makes sense.
Two different things. You have a portion of the landfill that is capped, and there is still leachate being produced from that portion of the landfill. No. Okay, maybe I'm seeing a no from the manager. Could maybe he could answer this question, because this is something I've been trying to get at for 2 weeks. Okay, correct me where I'm wrong.
Okay.
Because I thought there were two. Are there two leachate
There are two
recovery
sources of
systems?
leachate, so you're correct there. The source of leachate that you're referring to is, Dan mentioned the one part of the Class 1 that was capped off according to regulation. Prior to those regs and the implementation of Subtitle D regs, which were implemented, I think, in 89 or 90, which required the more advanced liner systems, that leachate is treated as one unit. The newer leachate...
Okay, don't go on.
Okay.
Because that is absolutely dovetails in with what I'm aware of, it being an unlined liner, it being capped, but still leachate is being produced.
That's correct.
And leachate is going to be produced for a while. Now, that doesn't get re-injected, am I correct?
That is collected and treated for dust control.
Okay, that's what I was trying to get at on air quality. It's both a water quality and an air quality, so why I was asking you about that is they spray this, and people breathe it. I was concerned about that treatment and how on earth you can treat for all the things that's in a Class 1 leachate and what its impact is on human health.
Okay, I think I can help you out there. All leachates, and Waste Management can correct me, it's kind of like alternative daily cover permission. You know, other agencies grant permission to use leachate as dust suppressant. And it's my knowledge that the health risk assessment did not look at that. However, for Toland, we did look at that for the Toland Road landfill. And what would be normally expected is any health risk from that would be very low compared to other risks that were perceived. For example, the most significant contribution to the health risk from the landfill construction and continuing operation are the diesel trucks. Diesel particulate matter far outweighs
I
any other
understand
risk.
there's a lot of different things, but see,
Hundreds.
understand that this line of questioning I started 2 weeks ago with saying, where in the appendices are these figures? And what I finally found, and it's Exhibit II, if the commission's interested in following along. If not, that's fine. The consultant for SAIC said that the appendix in the EIR in Volume 4 of the appendices that refers to leachate collection and treatment and monitoring, the appendix is not the same appendix as in the EIR. It's biological resources. And the explanation was that technical reports as appendices in the FEIR, as they often have their own attachments and appendices and refer to them independently, they weren't written for inclusion in the FEIR originally. I suspect Waste Management may be better able than I to direct you to the correct information. I am trying to get at where is that data that talks about how this leachate is treated, how the spent carbon is, once it's spent, how is it disposed of, what's in that leachate, what's being aerosoled. And I've asked it for 2 weeks now and just have had, a real difficulty getting an answer.
Yeah, I believe, don't want to put you on the spot, I believe Scott or Jim Riley, I mean, you have the most intimate knowledge of the leachate control system, the volumes that are produced.
Okay, so am I to understand then the EIR does not contain that information? It's just not in there? Believe me, I looked for it.
If I may, there is a
Simply state your name because in order for the record to be.
Andrea Lisi, Counsel for Waste Management. There is a section, it's under water quality, I don't have the page number right in front of me, where it does talk about some of the constituents that were found in leachate treatment.
Are you specifically talking about the leachate treatment from the Class 1 portion?
No, it's a general discussion in the EIR.
Yeah.
I would only point out, though, that any existing environmental conditions from those past activities are part of the existing baseline and would not be increased because of the proposed project. In terms of leachate, I see you shaking your head, but in terms of leachate use, there's no proposed change over what's been done historically and also what's been done historically under Regional Water Quality Control Board's authority. So this proposed project wouldn't be increasing the amount or changing how that leachate is treated, collected, stored, and used for dust control. And dust control, treated leachate for dust control is not an unusual thing. It happens quite routinely for landfills in order to save on water quantity use. You don't want to use good potable water, obviously, for leachate if you could, or dust control if you can offset that with treated leachate and wastewater. So that was my only point.
Okay, I don't want to get into an argument, but there is a change in leachate production when you have subsidence. This is just something that is part of the nature of a landfill. Even with that cap, you're still going to have subsidence. And if I could see Scott's face, I'd appreciate it. So Andrea, if you could just, yeah, because he'll start shaking his head just as strongly as I'm shaking my head. So, regarding that problem of, subsidence, if you could just discuss for everybody else what subsidence is in leachate production.
Okay. I need to go back to the original questions too about how leachate is collected. I got kind of cut off there, but the collection of the leachate is all, and the treatment is all managed through our WDRs, which are issued by the LA Regional Water Quality Board, including what standards they need to be treated to in order to be discharged. We sample the leachate on a quarterly basis, and we submit those findings semi-annually to the Water Board for as part of our reporting protocol. So I want to handle that piece real quick. Landfills settle over time as you fill them. The rate of settlement actually varies based on waste composition and weather and things like that. But I really can't answer how settlement changes the amount of leachate generated.
The leachate continues to be generated.
The
Is that
leachate
correct?
continues to be generated,
Okay.
but you keep referring to the Class 1 leachate, which has been capped off. The leachate that we're referring to from the online portion of the landfill is the Class 3 non-hazardous solid waste portion of the
I
landfill.
misspoke. That's why there's this confusion.
Okay.
I'm sorry. So say that part again about the two different leachate collection systems. Which one is used for dust control? Which one is the capped off, bad stuff?
Well, the Class 1 area is capped off. We're not drawing leachate from there. The unlined portion of the landfill that preceded the Subtitle D regulations is the leachate that we're collecting, testing, and using for dust control. The other type of leachate that's generated is the leachate that's collected within the Subtitle D line cells, which is collected and re-injected back into the landfill.
And as far as why you re-inject, do you do that for your gas production facilities then?
That's correct. It helps speed up decomposition and produces a better quality gas so we can produce more energy.
Okay. And it stinks too, right?
The leachate?
The leachate.
Not after it's been treated. I'm not going to bathe in it, but...
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Yeah. Okay. So we are on, I didn't number these, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Visual resources and impacts and viewshed depiction and what was provided that shows the working phase impacts throughout the life of the landfill phases. I had some discussion back and forth with SAIC regarding this. One of the questions that I had and one of the concerns that I had was if we are recommending to the board that they adopt a reduced capacity landfill because of visual impacts, in part because of visual impacts, why then don't we have a photo simulation of the reduced capacity landfill versus the one that Waste Management wants? What am I supposed to base my judgment on if I don't have a photo depiction that shows that, number one, and then there's a second part to that?
Okay, you're correct. We did not prepare visual simulations for that alternative. I will say that the state CEQA guidelines are pretty clear that the analysis of alternatives, it does not have to be as detailed as the analysis of the proposed project. However, in my presentation last week, I did provide you with plans and a cross-sectional view of the reduced landfill capacity alternative as compared to the proposed project. So we don't have visual sims in that. But basically, you can, if you want to put on your creative hat, you can imagine the visual sims that are in fact provided in the EIR. It's going to look very similar to that, except there's going to be, the maximum fill elevations are going to be lower than what's shown in the EIR. But we don't have visual sims of the working phase. As Mr. Nelson explained in his email, that's typically not done as part of EIRs. It's a temporary impact. What they're looking at is the build-out worst-case scenario. However, I must also include that we did evaluate some of the visual impacts associated with the working face. Once again, there were lighting impacts from temporary lighting. We did evaluate that. There are mitigation measures included to reduce those impacts to a less significant level.
Well, given the life of the landfill is something like 40 years, that you're going to see this thing, I don't think that really, this isn't like construction of a Walmart where, construction happens, over a period of weeks or months. This is something that's ongoing for Simi Valley for years. And I think it would have been very useful and very appropriate to have a photo simulation of what the significant impacts are going to be from the 118. And I didn't understand your comment about why it was obvious it wasn't done. Could you please explain why it was obvious why it wasn't done in your email to me? I know that you didn't intend for me to get that, but you hit reply all, so I saw it.
I don't recall having used the term.
Name and address, please.
Andrew Nelson, SAIC.
Yes.
I don't recall using the term obvious.
I've got it in exhibit. I've got it in exhibit II.
I'm not questioning you at all. I'd like to address a couple of things. The visual simulations are rather time-consuming. I think this alternative, the first time I'd heard about it, to tell you the truth, was at the hearings last week, because that had been negotiated pretty much between staff and Waste Management. If you were to take the visual sims that are in there, I'm not sure if we redid them that you would be able to side by side detect very much of a difference. A 70-foot difference, given the distances and so forth, would be very small.
Is that because there truly isn't a difference in the visual impact between the reduced capacity alternative and the one that Waste Management is proposing? Or is that because of its usefulness or lack thereof as a planning tool?
As I think Dan explained when he was discussing that alternative, there would be a small reduction. It would be difficult for your average person at a glance to detect, but it would be, a minor reduction. A lot of the reductions in the impacts associated with that alternative, as Dan said, don't reduce the significance, but they reduce the magnitude somewhat to more.
We don't have a finding then of overriding considerations regarding visual impacts?
No, it's in there. It's in Exhibit 27, and as explained in the staff report and last week during my presentation, like I said, all of the impacts, significance levels will remain the same with the reduced landfill capacity alternative. However, once again, the magnitude of all of those impacts will be reduced. But won't change the significance. You will still have to adopt a statement of overriding considerations for unavoidably significant impacts related to visual resources.
But just not to be argumentative, but when you talk about the magnitude, on the one hand, on noise impacts on the 23 and through Moore Park, we're told, it's not significant, yet we're being advised to adopt a reduced capacity landfill in order to lessen these. So I'm just wondering why there seems to be, it shifts on whether or not you're for it or against it. You understand what I'm getting at?
No, I don't.
I'm concerned that there are significant, ongoing, decade-long visual impacts that we don't have a clue what they look like.
Madam Chair, you said we don't be argumentative. I'm going to be argumentative. I can accept 70 feet less because, again, it's an estimate. We have overriding consideration. If whatever's selected, we have what the maximum would appear to be, and it would be less. Again, we could request all kinds of things, but where you would draw the visualization from, whether it's Olson Road or the 118, the impact would vary in that amount of distance. So I disagree with this point.
On the end project, we do have information about what the waste management proposal is, and we can imagine what 70 feet looks looks like. One of the things that I was wondering is why we don't have working face depictions.
I think as the response that you received, because as a landfill moves, like you made a very accurate point, this is not a Walmart, it's not going to be
You know
a
what, point of order here. Is it appropriate for us to have commission discussion now, or are we still on, questions of staff or closing comments of staff?
That's the pleasure of the chair and how you want to conduct this portion of the process. But if you want to just have a simple question and answer and save commission discussion for later, that really is up to the chair and the commission.
Okay. Well, if you have more questions, jump in. If any commissioner has more questions, last week I said I had it.
Right now, Madam Chair, whichever you'd like to do.
If you would like to ask questions of staff so that we can keep it real clear on what's questions of staff versus, our opinions.
My point here is we have one commissioner asking a question saying for all of us that we want to see this.
No, that is absolutely not true.
All right, that's all I want to know.
I am asking my questions. I went to the trouble of preparing them, and I would like them answered. I am speaking as a single commissioner.
Okay, but again, when I get a response from staff that they don't know what you're asking, I guess we need more clarity.
Okay, so what you have said is the reason why it was obvious is because you only knew at last week's hearing that the staff was going to be recommending the reduced capacity alternative? Is that correct?
Again, I don't recall having used the term obvious. I'm sorry. It was a quick email that I dashed off, as you are well aware.
Do you want to look at it to refresh your memory?
I'd be happy to. I'd like to answer one of your issues regarding the exposed working face. As the facility is currently configured, the most visible face probably will not be much disturbed in the future because it is right behind where the facilities are going to be built. And virtually all of the working space activity is going to be on the north slope going to the north side. There will be some on the west. I'm having to think hard about whether or not it would be clearly visible from the 118. It would not be visible from most areas where there are people frequent. It would be visible from the proposed trails that I forget the technical
Los Alamos.
From those trails, and we did simulate those specifically in addition in order to provide clarity as to what the landfill would appear like from that direction, even though there are no residences there.
Maybe it would be helpful to get the slide up that shows the plan that shows all of the parcels that Waste Management owns and the current boundary of the CUP.
Just for everybody, if they're trying to find it, I believe the chair is referring to Exhibit 4 in our staff report.
It's the one in your slide presentation that has, okay, you know exactly which one I'm talking about.
No, I don't. Well, just give me a
second. It's early on in your presentation, and the reason why I think it'd be helpful to have it up is because Mayor Parvin was concerned about more parks interests and commuter traffic going back and forth on the 118. So if we had that plan, then we could see, he could point out how the landfill cells will be constructed and the ongoing phasing and the visual impacts thereof.
Okay. I have obviously, this is one I intended for Dan. I mean, that's just a fact of life. It takes, you have to send somebody out to take photographs, you have to have funding in order to do that. It takes weeks to prepare something like that. Frankly, in terms of the adequacy of the CEQA analysis, which is what I'm hired to assist staff with, the worst-case analysis, if anything, somewhat exaggerates what the visual appearance would be for the recommended alternative. You disagree, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I'm looking at that now. Here we go.
Right.
That is it. Okay, so it's because the alternative didn't need to be done to the same level of detail as the proposed project.
That's correct. That's,
Okay.
I mean, that's part of it. In
And the
terms of
timing-
CEQA adequacy,
Uh-huh.
that's what's required, is that you provide a worst-case analysis. The alternative that's recommended by staff was worked out in more detail from what was analyzed in the environmental document in terms of the specific parameters of the reduction, in terms of overall height and footprint, within the confines of what was analyzed in the environmental document. So again, the overall impacts are covered in the document. The details of how that was worked out came after the finalization of the environmental document.
Okay. And then the other part of that was the working phase. I understand what the purpose of the EIR is and what, you know, the limitations are of CEQA as a planning tool. I know from firsthand experience, and I'm sure everybody who drives the 101 who sees the Calabasas landfill be constructed, there are times that you don't really notice it because they're not, the working face is not visible to the 101. There are times where it is very visible, and I think to myself, boy, I'm glad I didn't buy a house there.
Yeah. Well,
So that's why I thought that it would be helpful to have, you know, some kind of imagining of what this was going to look like, so that, you know, because my sensitivities, you know, may be different than, you know, other people's. So using this exhibit, do you have that little red pointer thing?
Do I see a mouse and a few things here?
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Right now, the way that the landfill is situated, if you're on Madera and you look north, if you're on Madera, driving north on Madera and you look up, you see a little bit of the landfill. But along the 118 toward the west,
Yeah, as you're coming east toward
if
the
you
west,
could just
right.
if you could just point so that everybody knows where we're talking
Well,
about.
I thought I was doing the right thing, but it seems like I've got the wrong button here. This is a new gadget. There we go. Okay, you're talking about Madeira Drive, which is right in through here, and then there's an area approximately here going over Alamos Canyon where you can look up to the landfill. The problem a little bit with using a plan view like this is the topography is not evident. This area right around here.
We did visit the site, so we're
Yeah,
aware of the
right.
topography. Now, under the, where are the cattle grazing presently?
In this area up here?
In the gray?
Yeah.
And that would be landfill. That is an area that is extremely visible from the 118. Have you been to the site?
I've been to the site a number of times, and I do not believe that you can see that from the 118.
Okay. So tell me what I'm seeing in cattle grazing and where that's occurring and what you see from the 118 and the
This whole
landfilling
valley
activities.
here has some cattle grazing in it, I believe. This is the area that we were looking at because the landfill boundary is approximately right here along the creek. So you can see cattle grazing over there, but I believe the part that you're talking about that will be filled is on a north-facing slope to the north of the freeway with ridges in between.
Where are the ridges in between?
There's a ridge in through here, This area is a high area all the way along in here. There's a little bit of a hollow where they fill through here, and then this is a low spot right here. But from here on down, almost all the way along here, is a higher ridge than a lot of the landfill. Ultimately, I think the tip of the landfill may be visible above that ridge. But in terms of the active face, if it is visible, it will be a very, very small part of it as far as I can tell.
Okay, that was very helpful. Thank you. Okay. Moving on to the next item then. You know what? We're at 12:10. How does the commission want to keep slogging through this, or does it want to take a break? Do you want to take a break? Let's take a 10-minute break and come back to this. Okay, so we clarified that there will be less visual impact from the 118 than I thought because of the intervening topography. And I think that's where we left off. Okay. The next question, and what's happening now is I'm just going through my questions, and I know that the other commissioners have questions too. These are not questions from the commission; they're from this commissioner. So there's going to be a variety of opinions and questions of staff. I wanted to clarify that. So these are, again, my questions. Regarding the unavoidable significant impact slide on your presentation on 19, I was wondering if Waste Management was willing to voluntarily come to an agreement with Rancho Simi regarding their Alamos Canyon Trail and Park site plans.
Scott Tignac, Waste Management. Just one clarification that I saw in the report on the two parklands. There's two parks referenced in the report. One, the Alamos Canyon Trail, which is outside of our proposed CUP boundary. And then there's another nondescript regional park site that has been identified somewhere on the 3,000 acres we own, not specific to any area being disturbed by the landfill. So I just want to get that clear that the landfill's not taking over either one of these regional parks. That said, is we've been working for about 6 years now with the Nature Conservancy to try to preserve the 700 acres of the Alamos Canyon, and we're hoping that we'll be in agreement in writing in the next couple of weeks. Yesterday we talked to Park and Recs to see if they would want to be the recipients of that 700 acres for passive recreation and preservation as a wildlife corridor. Obviously, there's a lot of steps to make this a real deal. They have to review it with their board. Our board of Waste Management has approved us going forward at the terms that we currently are with the Nature Conservancy. So that said, we hope to be in some kind of positive agreement by May 17th would be awesome. But
so could you, with the little red pointer thing, point out where the 700 acres is? Is that on the east side? Or is that on the west side?
Very top red button. Right here. Is there a fifth grader in here? Oh, okay, here we go. All right, using both maps, the Alamos Canyon is directly west of this boundary here of the landfill. The Alamos Canyon that we own extends right about here, encompasses the actual Alamos Canyon proper, and the property we own actually goes to the south of the freeway, and it goes all the way to the Moorpark city limits. In this picture here, it's this area pretty much depicted in this grayish looking color, ending at the Moorpark city limits.
Okay, and that is 700 acres that you are working with the Nature Conservancy to either have them take it over or Rancho Simi to take it over?
That is correct.
Okay. What is the area using the left? Yes.
Just one comment on what you just stated. I think that area you're talking about is within the area of interest of the city of Moore Park, and outside the area of interest of the city of Simi. And I don't know if that impacts your discussions with the Simi Valley.
It's completely within the sphere of influence for Simi Valley, ending at the sphere of influence for Moore Park.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. The little white, on the left-hand side, the little white area between the 101 freeway, the 700 acres, and the current limits of the CUP.
That thing?
What is that?
Actually, that will also be included within the preservation. It's this piece also that extends south of the freeway. So it's this piece included. So on this map here, it would include this entire canyon, the area that kind of extends and includes those mountains that would also be preserved, south of going all the way south of the freeway.
I'm sorry. How does that area relate to the, I think it was the Messenger project years ago? There was going to be a, I don't know if there was a vote or what, or.
Yeah, the status of the project.
How does that relate? Where is the Messenger, where was the Messenger project?
We need a much bigger map for that, but the Messenger property would be west, adjoining the Alamos Canyon property that I'm referencing, and north in some areas. So it comes all the way down along the, I guess, the western edge of what I was describing. But I don't think I can find that on the map here unless this area here would represent the Messenger lands.
And Madam Chair, just because I was on the City Planning Commission at the time, that we did, it's called Specific Plan 8, which was the older Messenger, eventually became another property. And at the time, what Mr. Tagnac described is correct. It's north and west and circles around the community college and the housing tract that was up there and butted Happy Canyon. So it's extensively more. It got voted down after the 1998 SOAR ordinance was passed. And so just for that clarification for you.
Okay, I appreciate that. I wondered how the two things are related, even though it got voted down. Moving on, I was wondering what would prevent Waste Management from coming back and requesting the proposed project as it is if indeed the Planning Commission decides to recommend to the board to adopt the reduced capacity alternative?
They could submit a new application for a modification to the CUP and propose a project similar to, if not identical to this project. It would be subject to CEQA review. We would then have to make a decision as to whether or not we could rely upon the existing EIR, or if we could tear off it, or if we'd have to do a supplemental EIR, and it'd be subject to the same process that we've gone through for this proposal.
Okay, I would find that very troubling if I were a resident of Simi, that I thought I was getting a reduced capacity alternative, and there's really nothing that prevents them from coming back. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. All right. So the next one was already answered. There's been a lot of back and forth about these appendices. One of the things that I was having trouble with when I was reading the EIR was, well, for example, I'll just pull it out right now. This Volume 4, Appendix C, there's a section that refers to a barrier system, but the one that it refers to is not work product of SAIC. Could you just explain that again on where, because I feel that if an EIR refers to an appendix and the appendix is not that one, it should be corrected, or the appendix should be included.
Okay, Andrew Nelson with SAIC. I probably don't have a terribly satisfactory answer, other than we have certain practical limitations as to how we can recast the voluminous material that we get from the applicant and or their consultants in support of the project application. We structure the EIR consistent with a plan worked out with the county in their standard approach to developing an EIR, including how we designate the appendices and so forth. We normally number the body of the environmental document. We use alphabetical characters for the appendices, and we cannot control how the consultants to the applicant put their stuff together. So the one in particular that you're looking at, I share your concern, and I must compliment you for plowing through it because there's a lot of detailed
plowed through
information.
it. Everybody plowed through it.
In essence, we really, as a practical matter, can't control that. We could spend almost the entire budget just making things all consistent, and then we wouldn't have gotten a document on the street that said anything worthwhile.
Okay, so if you could get your Volume 4 Appendix C and go to page 4-2, leachate volume monitoring, and I'll show you, I believe it's SAIC's work product. This is your work product?
We assembled other documents, and all of those appendices to volume 3, 4...
Could you take a look? Okay, hold on.
Okay.
Could you just look at leachate volume monitoring and that page and determine whose work product that is?
This is a report that was submitted, it was prepared for Waste Management and submitted to the county and SAIC, is one of the reports on which SAIC's evaluation was created. So, yeah, this was prepared by CH2M Hill under contract to Waste Management.
Okay, so is there any way that there can be some kind of correction to this so that somebody who's interested in this, there's people who are keenly interested in these issues. If there's any way to make this EIR more comprehensible, I think it should be done. If there's any way to
Sure. I'm looking to Waste Management because I'm sure that if Waste Management could provide the Appendix F to this report, definitely before we get to the Board of Supervisors, so that could be considered. Yes. It was inadvertently left out. That's the thing. But the conclusions of the report, I don't believe SAIC had any discrepancies with. It was enough information such that they could do their analysis under CEQA and do their evaluation of the impacts associated with the
Let me tell you, from my point of view, I'm very discomforted when I'm given a conclusion and I don't see what went into the conclusion, and then I'm supposed to sign off on that conclusion without being able to check it. That makes me feel, it just drives me batty. So, and that was just one. So if that could be corrected, we could move on from there. And that was just one. Okay, and just to clarify, I did not ask for additional information. I simply asked where that was over and over and over again. That concluded my Exhibit II questions that came up from my notes. However, I do have more, but I'm willing to share this time with the commission if someone else wants to break in this. No? Mr. Onstott, not at this time? Yes.
Just to give you a little rest. And again, I appreciate the hard work that you put in these comparisons, given your specific background. So I want to thank you for that. Let's get back to the. Go and have a seat. This is for staff. The overriding consideration issues, particularly as it relates to Rancho Cini and the trails. Correct me if my understanding is wrong. The reason why it's considered we can't reduce it to less significant is because we don't have any ordinance covering the housing and these park and recs issues. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So therefore, that's why it's considered cannot be mitigated, because we don't have the tools.
That is correct.
Okay. Okay, as far as the working face issue that the chair properly brought up, this is a moving target, and as far as they follow their best management practices and other conditions that we place upon them, particularly the other agencies, that's always a moving target, so therefore to try and specifically pick a point in time would be almost hard to do for you. I'm trying to get 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, what would that face look like, but on a given day, that would be a moving target.
What it would physically look like?
Right.
Yes, I mean, it's going to migrate throughout the site, and what you're going to see is something similar to what you currently see in terms of the active phase, what it looks like, the types of activities, and yeah, that will migrate as they build out, moving from phase 1 through ultimately through phase 4. So, and, you know, where it's located in relation to the multiple vantage points is, you know, it's going to change throughout the life of the landfill. So.
Okay, we've had discussions as far as the 23 and the noise monitoring. My understanding of the enclave is within the city of Thousand Oaks. It's not a project approved by the county.
That's correct. It's within the city of Thousand Oaks jurisdiction.
So if there had been a request for any kind of noise abatement, the developer would have to deal with the city of Thousand Oaks.
Yeah, and it appears, I haven't seen the environmental document for the subdivision which produced the enclave, but the time at which that noise analysis at least should have occurred should have been as part of that environmental review prior to approval of the subdivision.
I don't know if the applicant has anybody, an engineer present that could address the how sound migrates. The reason for my question is if you drive to 23, particularly since the modification, there are certain parts on the east side where sound walls were put in place because, and also the west side towards the city, where sound walls were put in place when the housing was either at grade or above.
Yeah, noise attenuates at roughly 5 decibels per the doubling of the distance from the source. So, but I say roughly because it depends on the types of materials, if you have a hard or soft surface, if you have any sort of barriers, if you have vegetation, that can all affect the attenuation rate as you go further away from the noise source.
What I'm leading up to is then Caltrans would have done the project. They would have made those analysis.
That's correct. When they do an expansion, for example, they're adding a new lane, they're subject to environmental review. One of the things they consider is noise. Indeed, your commission saw the 101 expansion project up near Rincon. That was subject to a noise analysis, and that's why you saw the proposal for a noise wall there.
Okay. So the questions I have for the moment.
Well, just as much more of a comment than that. Obviously, we received document from the city of Thousand Oaks on this issue recently, and looking at a letter they sent, which is identified as Exhibit A, dated March 16th, where they speak to the issue of traffic and traffic or lack of appropriate analysis of the traffic impact on that 23 corridor through the city, which would be inclusive of the enclave community we've heard comments from today. My assumption and my expectation is when that project was approved, that since it is in the city of Thousand Oaks, that the appropriate reviews and et cetera were done as it relates to sound issues. At this point in time, obviously, I'm assuming the traffic pattern, the traffic volume has increased to the point where now it is an issue, and it's subject to, I assume, continuing volume increase as the volume of waste continues to increase at the landfill. Those are my comments.
Do you agree that that there's a similar situation with Moore Park in Los Angeles Avenue then?
Why did you ask me about Moore Park? No, I'm just kidding.
I guess I can withdraw the question.
No. In my previous life, I had the pleasure of being responsible for law enforcement services in the city of Moore Park for 3 years. and it was as a result of traffic impact directly related to commercial vehicles that we initiated funding and staffing. We initiated commercial vehicle enforcement through that corridor that ultimately resulted in the California Highway Patrol some years after the fact piggybacking, so it was a joint operation because of the issue of avoidance of the scales to some degree on Highway 101. Subsequent to that, obviously, the CHP has seen growth and a need to establish an East County station, and thus it sits in joint tenancy with the Moorpark Police Department in the city of Moorpark. The other thing I would say about that is, while noise certainly has been spoken to and spoken to as being deficient as it relates to the city of Moorpark, and I think the city of Simi raised an issue as well. I believe it was a letter from the city council, and I don't recall. And obviously the city of Moorpark has been here and spoken to that issue. Noise is certainly a factor as it relates to traffic in the city of Moorpark. Air quality is a factor, but given the fact that those are surface streets, once you exit onto New LA Avenue for any eastbound and westbound traffic on New LA Avenue, it is a tremendous impact and a tremendous issue. It's not just a freeway issue. So I also noted that in the EIR, the impact of noise was addressed on the eastern side of Moorpark in the proximate area of the 23 New LA Avenue connection there. I think there were some projects there that were in progress or they were looked at, 2 or 3. And the finding was there was no significant noise impact related to those particular locations. I don't remember which exhibit it was, but I remember reading in the report. It still didn't go to the issue of traffic volume on those surface streets. It just spoke to the issue of noise. Those are my comments.
I appreciate that. Looking this way, not yet. Okay. Do you want to respond to that?
Well, yes. I mean, as I discussed last week at the hearing, once again, in order to create a 3 decibel increase, you have to double the amount of traffic in order to create that additional increment. So what that would mean is the existing traffic volumes would have to be roughly 1,173 trips. That's the total amount that would be generated by this project. And I must say, not all of those trips will go along that corridor. The traffic analysis showed about 53% of the trips would head westward. So the volumes out there are much greater than 1,173 trips. In other words, this project, even if you were to allocate all of the trips from this project to 118, it would not create a significant increase in noise. You wouldn't hear it.
Thank you. I don't disagree with that. Again, your comments relate to noise and not the impact of truck traffic on surface streets.
Piggybacking on that concern, however, Mayor Parvin mentioned the hard date closure of Tolan and how its closure would relate to the Simi Valley landfill expansion, and her concern was that trucks that would be going to Tolan would use Los Angeles Avenue in order to get to Simi Valley. Could you respond to that?
It might. It's speculative. We don't know. That would require a massive traffic analysis, which is more appropriately done as part of, for example, a general plan update when you're getting projections of growth build-outs, closures of landfills, and you model where the traffic's going. So,
I'll come back to that later. These were questions that arose from the public testimony portion of the of the hearing last week, Mr. Tignack said that Waste Management is permitted to fill within 500 feet of Highway 118. Could you show the slide that shows the buffer zone that is in the area?
I got the magic mouse again. Well, is there a better map than this?
Yes, there's a better slide than this that shows the buffer zone. It's
what am I pointing at? Am I supposed to point at the computer or? Damn. I'm pushing the arrows.
No. Yeah. I think it's good that we're getting it now instead of having them worked.
Good map here.
And I'm missing some exhibits. I'm missing P, U, and B. P, U, and B is in Victor.
Comparison to from existing to proposed?
Yeah, there's one.
No, that one.
It's very... excuse me, Madam Chair.
I'm keeping the exhibits straight.
Would you like this slide, or?
That looks like a perfectly wonderful slide to use. Could you just point out, when we went to the site visit and you said this is buffer area, but then later on at the hearing last week, you said this is area that we would be filling. I'm confused about it.
All right. Under our current permit, this is the landfill boundary under the current permit. This is actually called the footprint, where trash is allowed to be placed today under the current CUP siting. Addition to the CUP siting, we do have about 100 acres that surround the existing landfill in the CUP as well. That's not outlined here. When we drove into the site, I pointed out this area to the front. It's this area here, and this is the waste mass right in the middle. This is the area up in front that we're currently looking to give up as part of this project, which is actually a huge visual impact mitigation to us, is not being able filling towards the freeway and filling back here. But then the buffer areas is everything in green. This is the 500 acres plus that surrounds the landfill.
So,
did you catch all that, or?
I didn't.
Okay, sorry about that.
So the thing that confuses me is what area, under your current conditions, what area is buffer?
Under our current CUP, once again, I'll just do this from the beginning. This area that's shaded in blue or purple is the existing footprint of trash. This is where we're allowed to place waste.
I heard that.
I know, but that's how you're turning around and shaking your head. So, anyways, there's a boundary of approximately 100 acres that surrounds this landfill today in our CUP boundary. That's our existing buffer. The existing buffer, when you drove around, is the hills and ridges that were surrounding the road that we drove.
Is there another slide, Mr. Clement, that shows the buffer zone, or is this the one?
This is the proposed buffer zone.
That's okay. So this is what I wanted to get at is when you were saying, show me the 500-foot boundary. You said that you're able to.
Yeah, we're able to fill in this canyon as you drive in. From right here to the freeway is approximately 500 feet.
And you are permitted to fill.
That is correct.
Okay. Isn't there an exhibit that says that's buffer zone?
I don't believe there is an exhibit that calls that buffer.
I don't believe so.
Okay, I'm gonna follow it up later because I'm nearly sure.
The distance between the footprint and the property line would be buffer, but that's just that small little area.
There is no other exhibit which shows any buffer under the existing CUP. Scott just described it to you. There's no exhibit that has that information.
Okay, in the EIR. I'll look for it later. Okay, moving on. So, regarding, you're still up.
Okay.
And thanks for your patience as we go through this. Regarding Mayor Parvin's testimony regarding Moore Park's concerns, are you working with the City of Moore Park? Are you in negotiations with the City of Moore Park or just CME?
Any particular concerns that you're referring to, or just the whole list of concerns?
Any that you might be aware of.
Okay. They have approached us with what they were submitting to the county as their list of concerns on the EIR, and we've discussed them with them, but we haven't entered into any negotiations with Moore Park.
Do you plan to?
That's a tough one. Yeah, they really haven't asked us to.
Okay. All right. If they asked you to, would you be willing to?
We're always, we've been a community partner of CME Moore Park, Thousand Oaks for 35 plus years. Our ears are always open.
Okay, excellent. This question is for staff. Debbie Sandlin had a question regarding who monitors, this is from testimony last week, who monitors air quality impacts?
It's shared. APCD monitors it. Environmental Health also monitors other certain components of air quality related items.
Okay.
And excuse me, we do as well, but we consult closely with APCD on CUP related air quality conditions.
Okay, very good. I'm just following up on questions from the public. This one came up because at the site visit, this is about the number of jobs that will be created, maintained, and all of the other words. Could you just let me just go through the varying numbers that I have for job as related to jobs. The first thing we got was this notebook, and this was at the site visit, and it says that it maintains more than 230 good-paying jobs in Ventura County, that the project will. Then we got on the bus, and I took notes, and it says that there will be 275 jobs. And then there's more after that. There's a lot of numbers that just don't add up as far as and then there's comments on the, I guess it's response. No, it was a comment on the EIR with regard to the housing impacts as a result of these jobs that are created. And then there was another figure given, which was considerably less than 275 or 230. I forget what it was. No. In your letter, how many jobs did you, Tell me that number.
Okay, the current number is 230. When we began this project, we had a much higher job count. But
in your letter on the comment letter on the EIR, you said 230, but you said with a caveat, which was with a disclaimer on that it wasn't, those jobs would be created over time, and that
additional the information. What we're saying is there'll be 150 additional new jobs, and that's what was evaluated in the AR, was 150 additional new jobs over the existing numbers. The existing numbers have varied over this project due to recessionary effects on our business.
Right. And in the EIR comment letter, you said of those 150 new jobs that they would occur over how many years?
Over the life of the project, over 50 years or 40 years. I don't have the letter in front of me, but the answer is over the life of the project.
And the life of the project would be?
Is about 40 years.
About 40 years. Okay, and for purposes of the EIR, they figured 150 new jobs would be created, because there's the PRN that talks about, you know, the jobs, and then there's the EIR figure that talks about jobs, and then there's there's not that many jobs because we don't want to have housing impact number of jobs. And I just wanted to have those clarified.
That is correct. The net increase evaluated in the EIR was 150 employees.
And did that trigger a need for housing?
Yes, there's an unavoidably significant impact related to housing. Once again, the county does not have any sort of housing mitigation impact fee or anything of that nature to mitigate the impacts. Therefore, impacts are unavoidably significant. If the board was to approve the project, they'd have to adopt a statement of overriding considerations for that amongst the other unavoidably significant impacts.
So basically what the county does is it identifies a need, but it doesn't have any mechanism in place to relieve that need?
Not currently.
Well, okay, that would be separate and apart from waste management.
That would be, we're currently undergoing a housing element update. Okay. Some of it might be addressed as a part of that.
All right. I don't know who to direct this to. As I was going through the EIR, there's a lot of different numbers between truck trips and vehicle trips, the baseline trips, the permitted trips, before we get into the air quality impacts or the traffic impacts or any of the, the wear and tear on the road impacts, if you could just explain the difference between the round trips, the truck trips, the vehicle trips, all the different trip figures, I'd appreciate it.
Well, I could go through each and every figure, but I think at least at last week's hearing, there's a little bit of confusion about the trip generation estimates, because with Waste Management's original application, they prepared a traffic study which estimated, I believe, it was 892 new trips. However, we took a more conservative assumption. We weren't assuming all of those trucks would be full, and came up with the number of 1,173 new trips, and that's what the EIR analysis was based on.
And that's because a truck is not a truck is not a truck? Is that correct?
Right.
Oh, well,
yeah,
hold on. We need to have you on the...
Yeah, or I can explain it. It's because not every truck is full, and that was, it appears to, the original traffic analysis that Waste Management submitted appears that it made that assumption. However, in reality, that's not the case. Some of the trucks are not filled all the way to capacity, so they did analysis and create a factor of additional truck trips, and they came up with 1,173 trips.
And those are vehicle trips. And vehicle trips don't necessarily mean truck trips for the reason that that was just explained from the floor?
No, I think you're probably referring to passenger car equivalents, PCEs.
That was the other one. Yeah, that's in here someplace.
Andrew, would you like to explain that? Yeah, thanks.
Andrew Nelson, SAIC. I share your bafflement sometimes because it's not necessarily as straightforward. Those of us who work with it on a regular basis, it seems to make sense, but when you try to explain it, it's often confusing. The primary difference between our analysis and what Waste Management applied for is that we just assumed that the trucks were lower, not as full, I believe, as Waste Management did. We used what the actual average truckload was for that first quarter of 2008. When it comes to passenger cars, the data are all presented in one place. You have commute vehicles, which are normally passenger cars, pickup trucks, et cetera, and then you have the vehicles themselves, the trucks. There are actually two sizes of trucks, but we still consider one truck to be two passenger car equivalents. That means that it takes up approximately the space that two cars would on the highway. So when they're doing the traffic analysis to determine what the congestion effect is, the trucks have twice as much effect per vehicle as passenger cars.
And these are all used consistently throughout the EIR with regard to the analysis for noise, analysis for traffic, analysis for air quality impacts. They're all brought down into these equivalent units so that we can determine what the real impacts are?
Right. The data for estimated truck trips feeds into the noise analysis, and the noise increment is based on the truck trips. It feeds into the air quality analysis, and the emissions are based on the truck trips and an assumption about the distance and so forth. So there is consistency across the board. Passenger cars are also included in that analysis. They have different engines, so the emission factors are different for those vehicles.
And trying to chase down these numbers because I couldn't keep them straight. Also at the site visit, this is Waste Management's work product, not yours. Thank you.
Okay.
Waste Management gave us also, besides the binder, we got this folder that says that there will be 400 employees and 800 vehicle trips. Was that an increase of 497 vehicle trips then?
No, let me try to correct that. As Dan mentioned, when we turned in our application, we requested total truck trips for the site to be 897, which is 70 more than were currently permitted. As Andrew explained, they found it more conservative to study a higher...
892?
892, sorry.
Okay.
Now I'm doing it. Anyways.
No.
Okay, so
it's
anyway,
all in here.
which is 70 more than were currently permitted. As Andrew explained, they thought it would be more conservative and a better number to evaluate the 1173. As someone in our position as an applicant, we look to the EIR consultant to look at our assumptions and use their best judgment on how to evaluate and make a document that's defensible and conservative. And all we need to do is operate underneath the thresholds that were evaluated to stay in compliance.
Okay. So do you stand by these figures then that were provided?
I stand by these figures. When we apply for our permits, we'll be applying for 892 as our threshold limit. And the difference between us and, say, a Walmart, I heard that example earlier, when a store evaluates traffic, there's no way to count the vehicles coming in and out of there. If they have a really great business, which we hope everybody does, the traffic count may increase. At a landfill, every single vehicle that comes in to either recycle or dump comes across our scale system, is entered in the computer, videotaped, and all of that data is prepared into a report that tracks daily volume. If we hit our daily thresholds, we have to shut down. If we hit our daily traffic, we have to shut down. Now, what we do with that data is we make it available to the local enforcement agency that reviews those reports on a monthly basis. Also, on the 15th of every month, we send another report to the planning department, IWMD, and environmental health that also reviews those reports, and it kind of cascades from there, quarterly reports, annual reports, relevant reports. But it's documented throughout and monitored on a regular basis.
Okay. Well, as I was going through and we got all of the site visit materials prior to getting the EIR in our hands, and I was reading it and comparing it. And how come on this traffic and circulation, and let me ask this first, how come the vehicles from the employees weren't also included in this landfill vehicle trips added with project 70 document you gave us?
Most everybody's been talking about the trucks. Yeah, there will be. There is 405 trips attributed in analysis that give the 1297 number for employees. Many of those employees are existing, just relocating from GI down the street up to the landfill. So much of those are existing, and the additional 150 that Dan referenced, there would be future generations.
Mhm. But, you know, as a resident of Simi Valley who's just hearing the project as it's presented in the papers, and, you know, you can see how it could be a little, that some people might think it's misleading to say all we're doing is adding 70 trucks.
Well, it's not meant to be misleading. The concern has been how many trash trucks are going to be on the road, and that's what we put in that document, is what we're asking for in truck trips. If it doesn't clearly say that on there, that's something that we need to fix.
No, well, yeah, because it said traffic, you know, and not these very specific terms of art. So to me, it just seemed like it was conflicting information.
Mm-hmm. But the EIR did evaluate the higher number.
Okay, but the PR stuff that I thought was exhibits for the Planning Commission at our site visit, that these are part, hold on just a second, are the exhibits that were provided at the site visit, are they part of this proceeding?
They're exhibits for your consideration. However, what Waste Management submits for your consideration, you can't extrapolate from that and say that is what was evaluated in the EIR. I know they did a really good job of trying to make whatever information they provided consistent with what was presented in the EIR, but you shouldn't conflate the two.
Shouldn't what?
Conflate the two. The analysis in the EIR is based upon what is presented in the EIR, not what was submitted to you as exhibits for the site tours or anything else, for that matter.
It's like the paint. Okay, moving on then. When the, I'm good. I'm sorry to keep you up and down. This is
good exercise.
Before he sits down, can I ask Scott a question?
Absolutely.
It's a general question to the root of this whole thing, in part. The EIR, and I assume, I don't recall what your documents say, but certainly the EIR speaks to the issue of local, regional, and service area of waste management. But I don't recall anywhere where it defined any of those. And I guess what I'm asking for, what is the definition? What is waste management service area? Geographically, I mean, what are we talking about?
You want to start with that, Dan, or?
Will somebody tell me?
Well, the EIR wasn't to specifically address our customers. It was to address the regional need of trash. Our customer service areas locally are Simi, Moore Park, Thousand Oaks, Western San Fernando, Malibu.
Okay, so because of, I'll use the word import, LA County waste or recyclables, you're talking about Western LA County, the San Fernando area? Just for general comments?
Yeah, that's included.
Okay. Thank you.
This is directed to staff. During last week's hearing, there was a falconer, Joe Suffredini, I think, and he testified that there are golden eagles in the area. Were the possible impacts to golden eagles included in the EIR?
Excuse me, I'd have to look at the biological resources section. The way the evaluation of potential impacts to species occurs, biologists go out and they take surveys, and if they, well, one component of it consists of they go out and take surveys to see if there are there's any signs of any of listed species, other types of species on site. They also consult all the databases, which includes the California Natural Diversity database. They also consult Fish and Wildlife. if a species is found, then they do design specific mitigation measures for those species. And then also, if there's the potential for certain species to exist, they also draft mitigation measures. As we discussed last week, there are mitigation measures in the conditions of approval to avoid impacts to, all listed species, and also there are pre-construction surveys that would be required. So if they're nesting species, they have to implement a number of measures to avoid impacting those species as well. So whether or not the actual golden eagle is found during the surveys.
That's not exactly my question. I'm satisfied that the falconer knows his birds, and he testified that there were golden eagles. And my question was, are golden eagles in the biological section of the EIR?
Thank you. Yes, if you go to Exhibit 22, Volume 1, page 3.4-23, Table 3.4-3, golden eagles were evaluated.
Okay.
And they have been observed foraging over the site during previous surveys.
Excellent. And so does the falconer, what is the interaction between a falcon and a golden eagle? When the falconer comes in to scatter the scavenging crows and seagulls, which are always a problem for landfills, what's their interaction with the other birds that are on site? Is that a question that is answered in the EIR?
That specific question, no. However, the evaluation of impacts from vector control methods were evaluated in the EIR, and there are mitigation measures for that.
And specifically, they had to do with introducing a falcon to the area?
That was considered as a part of the evaluation.
Okay, excellent. All right. Ted Marcel testified that these are his words, according to my notes, that Simi Valley was the logical stepchild of LA Waste, but he asked what the county's monetary interest is in the approval of the expansion of the landfill. And I think what he was getting at is there a conflict of interest between being the same body that gets money from Waste Management and our approval of that scheme? I think that's what he was getting at. I'm putting my recollection, reading his notes.
All of our recommendations were based upon the land use laws that apply to the project. We did not evaluate, the amount of expected revenue that would come from, if the project's approved.
Can I direct this same question to County Council then? And I'm interpreting what he said. I just was scribbling as he spoke, that there was what the county's monetary interest was in the approval of the expansion of the landfill.
No.
You won't answer that? I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
The answer is no. There's no conflict of interest.
Thank you. Is there a difference? There was concern by Gaston Mona that there were surveys done that weren't done at the proper time of day, and that the truck traffic is actually earlier, and so the noise studies weren't adequate because they didn't measure at the time of day where trucks are going up the 23.
There was no noise analysis conducted of trucks along State Route 23, so I don't know what the commenter was referring to.
Okay. There was a comment from Alice Sterling saying that there was an environmental justice issue. I think this is, I don't know who to direct it to. What is environmental justice, and is there an environmental justice as it relates to Simi Valley with the approval of the landfill?
An environmental justice issue is one where neighborhoods of color or disadvantaged neighborhoods are basically receiving or being bearing the brunt of environmental issues and harms. That's basically environmental justice. There is a good definition of environmental justice on the EPA website. Environmental justice arose out of concerns where civil rights and environmental law found their intersection. President Clinton put forth an executive order to that effect, and basically EPA has been the primary federal agency in seeking environmental justice for those issues. But the most important thing to see here in environmental justice issues is the community, one that is disadvantaged on the basis of color or socioeconomics. So that's one of the primary inquiries, and then is that area getting a bulk or a higher percentage of environmental issues than someplace else. One of the classic cases involving environmental justice involved low-income areas around Washington, D.C., Chicago, and South Central Los Angeles, where the population was predominantly African American and of lower income and lower education levels. Those are your classic environmental justice neighborhoods. Other than that, there's very little say whether or not that analysis has been done in this case. I mean, that term environmental justice is often used simply to say, we don't want it. I don't know if that's the case here, but know that the classic cases involving environmental justice do involve areas of low income and minority groups. A classic case, again, is Richmond, California, where there is a very large Chevron refinery that has been there for many years, and the area is of a low income and is a high percentage of colored people there.
So that satisfies me. I'm just, again, these are questions that arose as a result of the public testimony last week. Please respond to Elise Lazar's statement that the Simi Valley landfill will be a regional facility and that it needs to be analyzed in a regional setting.
I don't know specifically what she meant by regional facility. It is a facility that serves not only Ventura County, but also serves areas outside of Ventura County, as has been discussed ad nauseum throughout these proceedings. We've disclosed from where solid waste will be coming to the landfill. Indeed, the draft condition 40 that's presented in Exhibit 40 was designed to address out-of-county solid waste, but in terms of the physical...
Which one was that again?
Exhibit 40 is the memo from me to your commission that was presented to you yesterday.
Very good.
We did evaluate, though, the physical impacts to the environment. I do want to make it clear, though, when you're doing the environmental analysis for a project that has impacts that spread out very far and wide, you have to use a certain amount of judgment determining, okay, how far out are you going to go in your analysis. We did a really good job of scoping that out. We consulted a number of other agencies, and we defined the area of analysis for each one of the respective issue areas as discussed in the EIR. But in terms of regional facility, I can't speak for Ms. Lazar.
Well, in the EIR, there was, I think it's Appendix K that talked about the other landfills in the region. Is that what it is? Okay.
Waste capacity study, that's correct.
A waste capacity study, yeah. And one of the things that I was concerned about with that study is why there wasn't analysis in the EIR in the cumulative impacts section of the EIR, why it was off in its own little appendix and not in the cumulative impacts.
Well, in terms of waste disposal capacity, that the cumulative impacts were evaluated in Chapter 4 of the EIR. Beyond that, I don't know specifically what you feel was lacking in the cumulative analysis.
Those landfills and the landfill closures, that are discussed in Appendix K are also in the cumulative impacts?
They were incorporated into the waste capacity study on which the analysis of impacts to waste disposal capacity is based, so it was considered.
And that's in the cumulative impacts? I have to look at that again because that doesn't match with my recollection, but you might be right.
But no, the waste capacity study was the basis of both the project-specific impacts as well as the project's contribution to cumulative impacts related to waste disposal capacity.
Okay, so what came
it's
first?
subsumed in that analysis.
Okay, so what came first was this waste capacity
Study, correct.
Okay, and that is the data upon which the EIR did its cumulative impacts analysis?
Yes, in terms of waste disposal capacity, that is correct.
Okay. Next, please respond to the question from Marie Mason regarding who or what entity used the, I'm going to say the class number wrong again. I'm getting 3 and 1 mixed up. That portion of the landfill, she wanted to know if it was Rocketdyne waste. And I'm looking at Scott again. If you could, if you're able to answer that question.
Yeah, the Class 1 section of the landfill was ran by VRSD at that time. We purchased it after it became a Class 3 landfill.
Okay, so her question was it Rocketdyne waste that used the Class 1 portion of the landfill? That was her concern.
We don't know if Rocketdyne waste was disposed in the Class 1 portion of the site.
Do we have a general idea of who were the customers of that when Ventura operated it? Do we have that information?
Don't know.
And do we know? Can you point it out on this diagram where it is generally?
Mr. Tickner, would you mind pointing out the portion of Class 1, the Class 1 area on the site plan while I reference something? Thank you.
The former Class 1 area was confined to the northern part of the original landfill, somewhere in this area here. It's not defined by a square, but it was defined by the cells that created the Class 1 area. And during that period of time, I think 29,000 tons or something like that went in there, but I don't know whether the VRSD records would be on that.
Okay.
Madam Chair, just a follow-up question?
Yes.
Okay, since you've been monitoring the leachate and everything out of the Class 1, have you received any indications of radiation or any harmful materials?
No, there hasn't been any incidents of radiation or any harmful materials.
So there's no evidence at this point?
No.
Thank you.
One more trailer on that, Scott. Talking about the Class 1 portion, there was also a comment raised, and I don't recall who it was, but one of the issues raised was that in expanding the landfill as proposed, that the Class 1 contents would be disturbed, thereby freeing up or creating a hazard situation. What I hear you saying is that's not the case.
The former Class 1 area was capped and sealed and as approved by the DTSC, and we've since then placed waste over the top of it.
Okay, thank you.
And if you could just explain, I know you've said ad nauseum, but I'm not nauseated. I think this is fascinating.
Pesky Latin terms, you know. Yeah.
Anyway, if you could explain again the tow barrier system and the bedrock that contains that stuff.
All right,
I think that would be informative.
up for that.
I'm sorry?
I'm going to bring a smarter person up for that one. Jim, do you want to do the tow barrier system or? I can give the
everybody's looking smart.
I can give the fundamentals of the tow barrier system. That it was a clay berm placed at the low end of the mouth of the canyon.
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that? I was cracking.
I can give the fundamentals of the tow barrier system.
If you could state your name and city of residence.
Jim Riley with Waste Management, Simi Valley resident. The tow barrier is at the south portion of the landfill. It was keyed into about 5 feet of competent bedrock.
Do you have the thing?
Oh,
This button here.
the tow barrier is located at the south portion here at the toe of the landfill.
Is that near the retention basin that we drove over a bridge and there was a retention basin, and then there's kind of like a wall of a kind of a...
In that general area, you're talking about a sedimentation basin. The tow barrier itself sits further into an area we didn't go on the tour to. So it's a concrete steel, or it's a concrete structure. Has clay underneath it, and it's designed to capture any liquid as it moves through the alluvium within the landfill itself.
And that liquid is called leachate?
That liquid it's actually alluvial fluid. It can be leachate and some portions of groundwater. The liquid moves through the landfill, comes in, and moves through the sand, or the alluvium is captured in that tow barrier system, where it's treated and then used on site for dust suppression.
Okay. All right. So I think that that responds to Marie Mason's question. Thank you. There was a question from Don Kowalski regarding where the trucks will go when the 118 is closed. She was talking about Santa Susana Pass, and occasionally the 118 is closed. I don't know for cigarettes or for what, but she wanted to know where the trucks would go if and when the 118 is closed.
It depends on the origin of the trip. I imagine if they're coming from the east, they would have to travel over to the 101 to the 23 to the 118 if that portion of the 118 wasn't closed.
Okay, and something like that wouldn't be analyzed in the EIR at all, right? Because it's not the normal way things would
Correct,
go.
yeah.
Okay, it'd be like trying to analyze...
Contingencies upon contingencies,
okay.
yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Ooh, asteroids. Ken Piper suggested that a phase increase in the tons per day should be adopted. Was that something that was an alternative that was considered? And could you briefly state why you're not recommending that we do that one?
Yes, excuse me. That was one of the alternatives I was evaluating the EIR, and as discussed during my presentation last week. That alternative does reduce the impacts to the environment that would initially occur, but you're essentially just stretching out those impacts over a longer time frame. So depending on how you look at it, it does reduce the impacts, like I said, in the short term, but overall the impacts would ultimately be the same when you get to ultimate build out of the project when compared to the originally proposed project.
Okay, and he also suggested that there be a waste-to-energy facility alternative that would be superior. Is there, would you briefly respond to that suggestion and explain?
There was no waste-to-energy alternative evaluated. Once again, there are components of the proposed project that do include waste conversion technology, though.
Following up on that, there was a letter from a committee that I can't remember the exact title of the committee that has submitted at least 2 letters talking about alternatives analysis. How would staff like to respond to that, the latest letter?
As discussed in Chapter 5 of the EIR, there were a number of alternatives that were evaluated in regards to alternative technologies. SAIC did a survey of the available technologies, specifically given, okay, are they proven technologies? Are they feasible? Have they been proven at the scale that is required to provide for solid waste disposal needs for the county? They went through a very sophisticated screening exercise, and they came out with one type of alternative technology that was a bioreactor alternative, which was...
That's the one in the water?
Yes, correct.
What was that called again? Bio what?
anaerobic bioreactor.
So how, so why is this committee still dissatisfied? What would be your best guess of why their concerns remain? How do I phrase that right? You know what I'm trying to get at.
I really do not want to speculate why they're dissatisfied. That really needs to come from them. I don't feel comfortable answering that question.
Okay. That's
With
fair.
all respect.
No, that's fair. Maybe I'll save that again for later. Doug Cross expressed concern that there is no benefit to Simi Valley for hosting Mount Trashmore. And that's a direct quote. Since Simi Valley appears to bear the brunt of the air quality impacts and I guess the viewshed impacts as well, what is Waste Management providing to Simi Valley to ameliorate those impacts?
Doug Corcoran, Waste Management. Could you repeat the question?
Yes. I'm following up on a concern from someone who came to the hearing last week and said that there's no benefit to Simi Valley for hosting Mount Trashmore. So in following up on that concern, my question is, since Simi Valley is bearing the brunt of the air quality impacts and the viewshed impacts, what is Waste Management willing to give to Simi to ameliorate those impacts?
Can I get something out of my briefcase real fast?
Yes.
Okay.
And I'm looking at the clock here, and I have an doctor's appointment. I need to leave here at 2:30, and I don't know if I will be done by then. Yes.
Okay. I'm actually not quite sure what the particular individual meant or was looking for, but I can list a number of advantages for Simi Valley that are inherent in the project. Certainly the security of disposal capacity over a much longer period of time than currently exists is an advantage for Simi Valley as well as everybody else in the county. We are going to be making tremendous investments at the site if we are successful with our project, and Simi Valley being the closest city to our facility is certainly going to be in line to reap some of the benefits from that type of capital investment. There is a tremendous positive impact to the local economy that comes from the company right now and will be extended over a longer period of time. And again, Simi Valley being closer than everybody else will have a higher share of that benefit. There are the new jobs that are going to be part of the project. Recycling. I can tell you Simi Valley has traditionally, and we don't see any reason why it would change, traditionally enjoyed the lowest service rates at their homes in the county. And that is also an advantage for the site. There's the green energy. There's certainly Simi Valley is very interested and keen on us being able to preserve Alamos Canyon. If we're successful with the project, we certainly will pursue that with the Nature Conservancy. It creates a separation of a beautiful wildlife corridor in between the cities of Moore Park and Simi that would essentially be there forever. There's lead facilities. We would be reducing truck traffic at least on the Madeira Road corridor with the relocation of our hauling operations up to the site. And That's a pretty good list.
Indeed, I've taken those down. On preserving Alamos Canyon with the Nature Conservancy, that would be a dedication of open space, and then that the deed for that property, it'd be deed restricted with the Nature Conservancy to be preserved forevermore as open space?
That's the intention, absolutely.
Okay. Any other goodies? Anything for Rancho Simi, regarding parks and school district, the nearby schools that have the perception that children's health will be impacted by the expansion, and let me think of anything else. Those were the two things that came to mind based on my recollection of reading this.
Well, we are traditional supporters of the schools, very involved with the schools, have offered all kinds of enhancements to the education that goes on there. And
I guess specifically, one thing that that I'm aware of in general, not as it specifically applies to this project, but in some cases where a project does have air quality impacts, there's mitigation imposed to have, air conditioning units, and the project applicant will install those on a school facility that's impacted. Are you aware of anything like that?
I'm aware that that's done in situations where an impact is actually established on a particular facility, whether it's a school or another sensitive receptor. That is done.
Mm-hmm.
In general terms, we are aware of that, and if in fact there is an impact, which I think the EIR has addressed those questions, but if there were an impact, we would certainly be open to adjusting some mitigation for that. If there is no impact, no demonstrated impact, then it's what would we be mitigating?
Well, according to the EIR, there is no impact, but I'm just wondering if Waste Management's willingness as a goodwill gesture to the two schools that are closest to the expansion project, if as a goodwill gesture they would be willing to enter into some kind of agreement with the school district.
I don't see us standing here right now. I think we can talk to the school district and maybe help them allay some of their fears and that sort of thing. But to today say we would do something that has no attachment to anything necessarily, I don't think I'm prepared to say that, no.
Okay. Okay, very good. Regarding trash that blows off site, I've had occasion to drive back and forth from Thousand Oaks to the San Fernando Valley innumerable times in the last few weeks. And there are some knolls on the south side of the 118 that are heavily vegetated, and they are just dotted with the blown bags. And when we were at the site visit, Mr. Tignac mentioned that, they're recyclables, and it's frustrating, but they act as sails, and they blow off site. They're not captured by the fencing. What programs does Waste Management have to send crews out there to pick those blown bags that blow off the landfill onto that area that's just south of the 118, very heavily vegetated?
I know what you're talking about, and Scott, you're up. Okay.
I'll go ahead and take that as the operational guy for the Simi Valley landfill. We have a lot of programs that are in place, including adopting that stretch of highway that starts from Madera Road to Collins. We adopt both lanes. That provides a cleanup service to that area. We also own the property south of the freeway, which allows us full access to go in there and retrieve those annoying plastic bags that sometimes get away. We actually check the freeways on a daily basis. We have a requirement in our current CUP that requires us to pick on the roads outside the landfill about, and I don't want to say the exact distance, but it's like a mile out, twice a day. We actually do it 3 times and document it. So we're pretty progressive on our litter control program. We watch the weather like hawks. We use 3 different websites. We have a Doppler station on site, so if we see a wind forecast coming, we're actually calling in temp crews just in case.
I'm talking about like these, yes, I've seen Waste Management's adopt a highway sign, and I'm aware of the crews that are on the streets. I don't have any observation of trash on the streets that appears to come from the operation of the landfill. What I'm talking about is the bags that some of them are old. They're not, just off. They've been there, they're stuck, they're in that brush. It's very visible. They're 2 very heavily vegetated knolls. Do you know which ones I'm talking about on the south side?
I think you're referring to the property that we own south of the freeway.
Would it be helpful if I brought in a picture? I mentioned this some months ago to planning, that there was a lot of trash that was just stuck along the...
Yeah, I wouldn't say that. I mean, we patrol that regularly. We don't see a lot of trash on the freeway. When there are those high flyers, we do go in there with the swimming poles to get them. But,
okay, it's my first-hand observation as of, 2 days ago even. I'm just there all the time. So it could be that it's property that you don't own and don't have access to?
If I knew the property, I would be able to better answer that.
This is a first-hand observation, and it's factual, but in order for the commission to see it, we didn't see it on our site visit. Would it be appropriate for me to take a photo or bring in a bag? What would be appropriate to have this chased down? Because I do know that trash blows off-site and gets stuck in those hills. I don't know if it's their property, whose property it is. What should I do? I'm directing this to county council.
You're basically asking if you want to continue the hearing to obtain outside information regarding trash on the 118?
Yeah, I don't know who would be appropriate to have gathered it, and I'm kind of frightened of stopping the car and taking a picture, and I'm not really sure that driving along as a passenger I could,
I mean, if there's any litter out there, we'll always collect it. You can't assume that every piece of trash that you find on the highway is attributed to our operations or the vehicles coming and going, but we do take our responsibility.
Absolutely, I agree with you. It was a long-standing joke that we'd say, "Darn sunshine," whenever we saw somebody leaving trash. It was always the landfill's fault. But this one in particular, these 2 knolls, they're just
I don't think you can make it fast enough for me to take the picture. If there is any trash, we'll have it cleaned up before you can even get there. We'll be out looking at that.
That would be so awesome. I can't even tell you. That's great.
If we have a break, I'll make the phone call.
That would be great. 2 more before sticky notes. Yes.
So just let me jump in here because I want to be clear. I think what I heard you say is you don't believe you'll be done and you have to leave at 2:30.
Yes.
So, and I don't want to wait until 2:30 then to have this discussion because your commission is not meeting again until May the 5th, and this item is before the board on May the 17th. So that means either we need to find another date to meet next week, and I need to then see if all of you are available and everybody here is available. I've seen our fire department and our air pollution control district and our environmental health department sitting for hours at a time. So I want to really understand if we're not going to have a decision and you are leaving by 2:30, that we need to have another plan for another meeting. And if we're really not going to finish today, perhaps at a minimum what we could do is to see if you have any questions for our fire department so they wouldn't have to come back, or our environmental health department, or are you finished with the air pollution control district? Because it's very expensive and timely, and I want to just bring your attention to that.
Well, if I may, Madam Chair, I understand you've got the call. There's still 4 of us to render a decision. I believe the question before us is whether or not this is an adequate EIR, whether we can recommend it or not. I believe with the documentation and the testimony we received, and I appreciate your questions, but I think in all fairness, it's time to move the project on, either deny it or approve it. If you have additional comments and things like that, and since this will be reviewed by the Board of Supervisors, I just don't think it's appropriate to continue this matter after this. So if there are some really specific ones you want to get to in the next 5 minutes, would love to hear them, but I'd like to begin our deliberations by 2 o'clock.
Okay, other comments from the commission. Commissioner Molitor.
I didn't get your last point, Commissioner West. I mean, we're going to finish the whole thing by 2 o'clock or just finish today by 2 o'clock?
No, to finish this so we can enter our deliberations to enter a decision. I am not in favor of a continuation, is my point. All right, my personal feeling is this body, we have met now for a substantive period of time. We have a substantive amount of materials to, I haven't really heard anything new in the last 4 hours as far as impacting for me to make a decision whether the EIR is adequate or not. And then go from there to, as the county staff has properly brought up, the public, staff, us, if there was anything new that I felt would come out of a continuance, I would look at that. But however, if only one member of this body has to leave at 2:30, that still leaves 4 of us. But at the same time, I feel that it should be all 5 of us rendering a decision. I'm 1 vote. Okay, I just want to make that.
2 votes.
Okay, Commissioner Onsdorf, if you could put on your microphone and say what you wanted to say.
No, I agree. I think we need to conclude this matter. I'd like to have a half hour set aside to discuss it. If that's not going to happen, we might as well continue this thing now. But I don't want to continue it. I agree that I haven't heard anything new. It's a further discussion of things that obviously impact the project, but I haven't heard anything that would change my opinion one way or another.
Commissioner Rodriguez.
Certainly, I'd like to finish this today as well. However, if it requires us to continue, then I'm prepared to continue. My only problem is that while I'll be available next week, I'll basically be unavailable the month of April, for all intents and purposes. If it does continue, I would ask you to keep that in mind.
Well, yes.
I don't see us finishing this by 2:30. What I would like to do is go on with the planning director said, let's get the people who are here that we need to hear from so they don't have to come back again. And then let's keep going. And maybe we can finish, but I don't think we will. And if we don't finish, and these people from fire and airport, they're going to have to come back again, and I don't want that to happen. I have some ideas that I want to throw out, and it's going to take a little time. I'm not ready to sit down and vote yes or no on this right now.
Let me tell you something. I can't, in good conscience, go ahead and vote without having my questions answered. I just can't. Unfortunately, I mean, last week when we said that we were going to continue, I thought we were going to continue Friday. I have an obligation I can't get out of. I have to be out of here in 1/2 hour. It would be my preference to get all the questions answered. I have time now where I could sum these up and not go through and submit them so that it would go a lot more expeditiously than this. But you understand what's been happening lately and why that couldn't occur. And I'm, grateful for your indulgence. As I go through, I have a disease when it comes to conscientiousness. I just, I can't, I couldn't vote on this at this point.
Could we inquire of the commissioners, do they have any further questions of staff, and at least release those people if we do not? I have nothing further of staff or any of the other people assembled here from the county.
Nor do I.
Neither do I. If there's anything specific, if they're available by phone, that would be sufficient for me.
I haven't decided yet how I'm going to vote on this either. However, in looking at the documents, there are a couple of things that I would put forward as amendments, I guess, to the CUP to consider. And verbally, I would put them forward. That would, I assume, allow staff enough time to incorporate it if, in fact, the commission approves the application today.
Ultimately, County Council, whose decision is it whether or not, do we take a vote by the Planning Commission to, that they'll move ahead with 4 commissioners when I have to leave in a half an hour? Whose decision is it that we call for continuance? Is it the chair's?
Any member of your commission can ask that a motion be made for a continuance. It's not simply the chair's prerogative to continue the planning commission hearing. And any member of the commission can ask for it to be a roll call vote for purposes of a continuation. With regards to taking an action, 3 members are required to make any decision by the planning commission. A quorum is 3. And so if there are 4 members remaining upon your departure, that would constitute a quorum, and the Planning Commission then could act, so long as there are 3 votes in any one direction with regards to this project.
Okay, so would it be appropriate for me to ask the commission to vote by roll call on a continuance at this point?
I think the first thing is someone has to make a motion.
Could I do that as chair? Or
Sure, you have the right to make a motion.
Okay,
and
so-
it has to be
so
seconded to be considered.
If I may, before the commission makes a motion or votes on this, Andrea Lisi for Waste Management, our client has spent many, many years and finally is on the agenda for the Board of Supervisors May 17th to get to this point. And I think a lot of the questions that are being posed are good ones, but a lot of them could have been posed a long time ago. And if it means that the commission makes a recommendation that might not be favorable, so be it. I think it's more important to our client to get to the board May 17th rather than be postponed much longer, which puts that front piece more at issue. Time is of the essence. This has been a very long process, so I'd urge the commission to seriously consider any additional continuance. It's quite unusual to go for more than 2 planning commission or board hearings for any project, in my experience. So I just wanted to put that forward.
Okay, I appreciate that. But could I just get it out there and see whether or not we're, as a body, in favor of a continuance or not?
Before you do that, I would just ask, are there 3 of us willing to remain?
I have to
that's what
leave
I'm trying
later.
to-
I have to be out of here by 3:30 at the latest.
I can remain.
I can remain.
So there's 3 that can remain. Is that right?
Past 2:30.
Okay. So here's my motion. I move we wrap this up today at 2:30 and continue it to next week.
Are you available?
Yes. I'm sorry?
He's available.
I'm available next week.
I believe I am too.
Well, I have a motion out there, but I don't have a second in order to vote on it.
Could we have some discussion?
Yes, do you have to have discussion before you have a second?
You have to have a second before you can have discussion.
Can you have second for purposes of discussion? So it doesn't obligate your vote?
Second doesn't obligate any vote.
Okay. So is there someone willing to second my motion for purposes of discussion?
I'll second that.
Thank
for
you.
purposes of discussion.
Okay, discussion,
Okay.
yes.
Of the information that you want, your inquiries that you want to make, are they directly related to information that we've already received? Or-
Yes,
Okay. And are they substantive in nature?
I believe so.
Can these questions maybe be addressed, many of them, to the planning department before, so that we won't all have to
That was my intention, but they understand the reason why I wasn't able to do that.
I don't have any problem with the continuance. I go along with the council for waste management that they shouldn't have to wait. So if we can continue it at a time so that it still gets to the supervisors on that date. So that's what I think we should do.
More discussion?
Well, yeah, because I'm committed next week. I mean, I've set this time aside, so now the representative from this area is not going to be available without, I now have to make petitions to other bodies, which then impacts what I do. So the 7th is not available to me, but that you can certainly do it without me, which I would be, as you can probably appreciate, not happy being able to give my input.
Commissioner Wessner, I don't want to do it without you as a representative from this area. We don't have to meet on Thursday. Is there any other day, or are you tied up for the whole week?
No. It's just Tuesdays and Thursdays, as Mr. Onstott and some others can tell you, that usually is very hard dates in the court. If you want to meet Friday or Wednesday, but the 7th is totally off the page.
I don't know. Planning Director, is that possible?
Well, it's possible, but we only have this room on Thursday, so then there's the added complication of who has the room, and do we kick somebody else, another hearing body that uses this room out of the week?
Well, how about if I do this, if you can convene in the afternoon? I don't want to convince Judge Lane to change her program at 8:30 in the morning. So if the body wants to meet in the afternoon.
And I would say that, I don't necessarily have to be here either, but I'm catching a flight that evening also. So, I could be here for the day, but, it's not a perfect picture.
We don't have comments yet from Commissioner Rodriguez.
I'm available all day Thursday. I'm just checking to see what the rest of the week looks like.
Let's take 1 minute to think about this then, while everybody checks their...
Does the following Thursday, after next Thursday, put us too close?
14th.
What would that date be, 2 weeks from today?
14th.
14th, and when does it go to the board?
April 14th, I show Commissioner Rodriguez is not available.
Yeah.
There's, after the 7th, and I don't have you available, everybody available again until May the 5th.
And when does it go to the supervisors?
May the 17th.
Is that enough time between May 5th and May 17th?
It's not, because we need to prepare the board letter, and we need to prepare the analysis of what happened at the Planning Commission and get it into the system 3 weeks before they meet. So that is not enough time.
Madam Chair, one other additional consideration. Mr. Nelson's under contract for 2 Planning Commission hearings, so if you're going to have any questions for him, you should present those to him now, because he's not going to be available for another hearing.
I'm sorry, I don't have them available in any kind of order for you. I don't have them available for you. I could get them available this evening. How does it?
Andrea Lisi with Waste Management again. I just want to formally request that the commission issue a recommendation today. If you feel as if you don't have enough information, then recommend denial. But we need to move this project forward. Thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Okay, so let's go ahead and vote on the motion that's on the floor, and that is to continue this to a time when the commissioner from this district is available Thursday afternoon. Vote, could the clerk do it by roll call?
Chair Duce,
Yes,
I'm not
yes.
clear on what the motion is. I'm not clear what the motion is.
That we are continuing this until Thursday in the afternoon when Commissioner Wessner is available.
Thursday, April the 7th, is that your motion? Understanding that our consultant would not be available.
Yes.
And is that with the understanding Ms. Brillhart, that we will have this room available at that point in time?
Well, we do have the rooms on Thursday, so it's booked for us all Thursday.
Okay, let's go ahead and see if that even passes. If we could start, it doesn't matter. You could go alphabetically.
And it was the second to that motion, just to make clear? Mr. Rodriguez, did you second? Okay, then.
I'm sorry, hold on.
No.
We don't have the room on the 7th because there wasn't a hearing scheduled? Okay. Then I guess we'll have to make a call. There isn't anything scheduled on the calendar until May 5th, so if we don't have it, we can release it to other people. Apparently, we may have done that, so we'll have to check.
So we're going to wait for that information? God.
Can she check on any other dates rather than Thursday that might be available?
This might even fail, so, could we just get the vote out of the way? The vote for continuance might...
No, I would strongly disagree to vote, just
Okay.
to get out of the way, because we're not providing any information to the supervisors just by saying no. But if the commission wishes...
Oh, I meant a vote on the continuance.
Oh.
But your motion was to continue it to a time and date certain, and if you continue it and vote yes, and the room is not available, where are we going to have it at? So I think it's important that we get the answer to that question.
Okay. They still could, the three of them.
Madam Chair, while we're waiting, are there any other questions for the fire department or anyone else who's here?
I have no questions of the fire department.
Who else?
There are no questions of the fire department. I think Air Quality prepared a memo that answers any question that I had. So I'm done with Air Quality. Gosh, I'm sorry, you guys. Are there other staff members?
So you didn't have anything of fire, so that you're releasing fire. Did you have anything else of Air Pollution Control District?
me.
Nothing. And then how about for our LEA agency, the Environmental Health Department? Do you have anything for them? No? Okay. And then if you do vote to continue and reconvene, you wouldn't need them necessarily to come back again?
Just be available.
Okay. Yes, it's available on the 7th. Is it available? Was there another date you wanted us to check since we had him on the phone? That was the Thursday.
I'm sorry, what was that, the 27th?
That Thursday, the 7th, April the 7th.
Is available?
Is available. And Denise wanted to know, is there any other date you wanted them to check? Because she has him on the phone. So no, we'll just do the 7th for now.
Just the 7th for...
We can all make it on the 7th?
In the afternoon.
What the director
can. What time?
Anytime after 11:30.
Yeah, so I'll be here for the majority of that day.
We need to continue to a date certain and a time certain.
All right, so was there a motion on that? So it was...
There was a motion, a second. We were waiting for room availability.
And we got it.
Okay, and a time certain at 11:30?
That's what I heard Commissioner Wessner just
Okay,
say.
let's vote alphabetically.
Commissioner Molitor,
Yes.
Commissioner Onstott, Chair Dukas,
Yes.
Commissioner Wessner,
No.
Commissioner Rodriguez.
Yes.
No, and just for the record, the reason no is I concur with the applicant. They're entitled to decision even if it's a negative.
Okay. I assure you, these sticky notes will be gone. Everything will be cleaned up. I will submit questions in writing. They're just clarifications so that I can vote. And I don't know what to say beyond that. So so now we're moving on to other items in the on the agenda.
Commissioner Dukas?
Yes.
If you want to move the following two items off the agenda, because of the time, we don't have time to really go over.
Okay.
That would be fine. I'll put them on in another agenda item.
Okay, very good. And then discussion? Did anyone want to discuss what's going to happen next week at 11:30? Seeing none?
I have an item on,
Yes.
on your availability. We also have the housing element on the calendar for June the 2nd, and that's been on the calendar for a while, and now when I look at your availability, I might not have two of you available for June the 2nd. So I wanted to confirm with perhaps Commissioner Onstott and Commissioner Rodriguez if you are definitely going to be gone on the 2nd. The 2nd of June. You will be gone. Commissioner Rodriguez?
Well, while he's doing that, let me bring it up. I just got noticed I have a bankruptcy appearance in Woodland Hills that morning, so I won't be available either.
You won't be available on the
On
2nd?
June 2nd. Somebody else's bankruptcy.
What about
Who said that?
Keep it a raise.
Got to be specific.
The 9th, then. So, Commissioner Onstott, you have a not sure. I have not sure on the 9th. So you think you might be here?
I'm okay.
All right, then let me see what I can do about moving that one to the 9th without having to move the board hearing also. That's all I have.
Okay.
And I was good on both those days, the 2nd and the 9th.
You're good on the 2nd?
Yeah.
You know, if you're good on the 2nd, we might have it on that date with four of you. Then I'll have to take a look at that. I don't, if the 9th pushes the board hearing, I'd rather have it on the 2nd. So I'll, oh no, but you weren't available.
Again, my issue is when you do these things at 8:30 in the morning, that's when I'm usually making, so if it's back to 10:30 or 11, then it's usually doable for me. So just in the future, I know, but again, if you can move it back, if you think it's appropriate, then I can certainly be here by a time certain, 11:30.
So if we really need to have it on the 2nd, we would need to have it at about 10:30 or 11?
Correct.
Okay. All right.
I can always ask for priority.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Then this meeting is adjourned.